Hello, and welcome back to Roll4It, where your favorite YouTube streamers get together to play some lovely tabletop RPGs. Of course, today we are playing Game of Thrones Riverlands, our Song of Ice and Fire RPG, set in the Riverlands, as you might have guessed. So, very quickly going through the announcements. Today's supporter is Whoop-de-Doda. Whoop-de-Doda, thank you very much for supporting today's episode and making it possible to pay the majority of our cat cost. Speaking of which, there is possibly an ill cat, so good luck to your kitty. And other announcement, there was a quickfire poll that went up like 18 hours ago on the Patreon. So if you're a GM tier or above on the Patreon, you can go vote in that now. I will need the result of that in like 5-10 minutes time. So you've got a minute. Be quick. Go. If you're a GM tier and above on Patreon, go and vote in that poll, because that is going to matter. That's going to matter for the opening. So do the thing. Right.
And be kind.
Don't be kind.
Think about the players.
Anyway.
No.
After sounds of silence, I don't believe in them.
No.
Me neither.
No.
Wow.
I was literally
scarred.
running the Legends game last night, running it, and EE is messaging me going, tell them to go check the poll that has to do with whether or not your character's gonna live.
Wow.
And don't tell Dot.
And don't tell Dot. So much shade. All the shade.
Mm-hmm. Sorry. You got a problem with that? So.
Ready.
Okay. The shilling, if you go support us on a Patreon, the aforementioned Patreon, you can go patreon.com/roll4it. We'll have tiers and different things. You support us at stuff like Discord access, which is a great community where Little Red Dot calls me out every now and again. It's great. You can also find after shows where whenever we talk about what goes down this episode, I'm interested to see what's going to happen in our after show tonight. You can also get stuff like player information, GM information, including things like that poll. Hero tier, where names end up as NPCs and so on. We've got a couple of the, I think Maid and John both were hero tier names. And then there's a legend tier, where once a month a member of the Roll4It cast will GM a game with everyone at legend tier, which happened last night with Dot.
It was a lot of fun. It was a complete shenanigans.
There we go. So, you can also go to Twitch, twitch.tv/Roll4It, where you can, subscribe, get emotes, you can access the VODs I've got on YouTube because it takes 24 hours, and you get access to our Discord as well. Although the process is annoying and takes about an hour to sync, but you can do it. You can also use tips and bits. They go into the pot down there. Physics will happen on them, and it'll be amusing. Try and time them with like really good rolls that explodes. And of course, if you want, you can just tell people about the show, let them know that if they want a better Game of Thrones Season 8 replacement, they can just watch Game of Thrones Riverlands, because we probably will kill more characters than they did in the entire of Season 8. Not hard. Right. I've got to spiel for another few minutes because the poll's still going. So, anyone to give us a recap? Lavina. I think Lavina should give the recap, actually. Lavina's last recap.
Last week. God, what happened last week? Okay. Fishing happened.
Yeah.
Fishing. There was a lot of innuendos tossed around. No surprise there. Some of them involved fishing. Lavina revealed some very private things about her past to Lyanna that were to help Lyanna gain a little bit of understanding as to why they can no longer, they can't be together. In addition, we had a visitor, Andrea Stadewell, right? Stadewell, thank you. Stadewell came in with her group of hearty soldiers. We had breakfast. Kind of. There were more innuendos tossed around over toast and Dornish wine. And there was some sneaking around and some training that happened for Ithleen. Right? Didn't you train Ithleen? And Declan and Lavina tossed around all the knowledge that they had gained about the death and the attack that was made on Hoster in hopes of trying to kind of piece the mystery together. They didn't come away with much other than that they don't trust John, and they definitely don't trust not John now that he's gone and he's been replaced with a new kind of stable master. But we didn't really find out a whole lot more. And for all of you out there, so I just have to say this, Bub and I did talk about this. For the record, there was no metagaming. Everything that we brought to the table had been told to us by EE or characters had figured out in game. We were simply recapping, trying to piece it together. So, that's pretty much it. We know that the Lord of the House has been spending a lot of time in private with his sick wife, and leaving a lot of the decision making to Ithleen. And she made a little pact, a little trade of land for forces, right? Was what was made, Ithleen?
A little bit of money too.
Oh, money. There was money exchanged.
Yes.
Okay. So that was a pretty big deal, but Ithleen made that deal kind of all on her own for the stable family, and we traded a river swamp area with like
you traded
river.
a bit of swamp in exchange for law. You also, I think you lost some influence in exchange for something else.
Power, I believe.
Power,
I know we
maybe.
have +1 power.
Oh no, you traded your wealth for power. You got something else for the
Yeah.
influence. I can't remember what it was.
And then most importantly, we learned that Lavina goes fishing, and there's nothing sexy about it.
Yep. And you now
Much to death and
have
surprise.
Davenmar forces stationed in Riverlands who are supporting you in your wiping out bandits and so on.
Correct.
Yeah. So apparently the poll only has a couple of minutes left, but it's heavily in favor of one option. So
Right.
let's start out. Kenneth, you've been in and out over the last few months doing what you normally do, running your network of informants. You wouldn't necessarily call them spies, just, loyal citizens of Rooklands or whatever you wish to term them. And you've probably been back in the house for maybe a couple of hours. There's going to be no time skip between episodes. Practically only like an hour or so has passed. Kenneth, there's a knock at the door.
What time is it? Like late night? Is it like
Pretty
an
late,
awkward hour?
somewhere around midnight, judging by how long it's been.
I will shove up and shuffle my way over to the door and crack the door just a tiny bit.
Outside is Lyanna. She seems to be distraught. She's got red eyes. She's not crying so much, but like she's trying to hold it in, and you can see her lip slightly tremble on seeing you.
Without saying a word, I step back, open the door, and usher her in quietly. Like, come, sister, come in.
She doesn't say anything. She enters and sits down in
And
your
I'll
bed
shut the
immediately.
door behind, lock, wherever, however many locks the door fucking has. In turn, and does she look like she's like about to fall apart, like emotionally?
It's 50-50, possibly. Do you want to make an insight roll and get more information?
Sure. Sure. Insight.
Empathy, if you have it. I don't know if Kath has empathy.
No, he does not have empathy. 16.
Yeah, she seems like she's going through something rough and emotional for her, and it's tearing her in different directions.
I could approach this two ways. Caliph will actually, what he'll do is he'll move over to her, and instead of having her sit down and be like, just talk to me, he'll actually go ahead and place her on his, like, gently place his right hand on her shoulder, look her in the eyes, and then maybe give like a second or two at most before he pulls her in for like a really tight hug and just kind of whispers in her ear, like, it's gonna be okay. Just talk to me and everything's gonna be okay, sister. And I was kind of like gently pat her on the back, and basically I'm goading her to break down, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like I'm kind of feeding into it.
Make me a cunning roll.
Sure.
This is the closest I can get.
Cunning roll. Let me just check something real quick. Okay. It's not bad. 12.
Well, all right. Kenneth, I don't know what to do. I know we're not that close, but you normally handle this sort of thing for the family.
Without saying anything, letting her talk, I'll pull a chair open, maybe have I'm actually very weak, so the wooden chair scrapes against some of the cobblestone floor. I'll pull it out just enough for her to sit, and I'll make a very simple gesture as I walk over and maybe grab a couple of mugs and some wine. Not great wine, but not terrible wine, and pour us each a glass. Slide her over one, have one for myself, and sit down next to her. Not across from her, but like near her. Maybe I'm at the head of the table and she's in the first seat to the right, and I'll angle the chair to just kind of look at her, placing both wine glasses on, and I'm just kind of look at her earnestly, but I don't say anything.
I don't know if I can say.
As you said, we aren't close as you and the others are. I am a bastard. But everything I've ever done, Lyanna, has always been for our family. If you can trust those words coming out of my mouth, then you can trust that whatever you're going to tell me will stay between you and I. Nothing more. Please. We've already lost one.
She nods, takes her about 30 seconds to compose herself. I don't want her to be harmed.
Who?
Lavina.
Lavina? Why would she be harmed? Aren't you to leave with her?
I can't.
Why?
I love her.
He kind of looks confused when he says that. When she says that, furrows his brow a bit. We'll drag the wine glass up off the table, hold it gingerly between his index and his thumb of his left hand, and raise an eyebrow. What do you mean, Lyanna? She's part of the family. We all love her.
I actually love her.
He'll lean back, holding the wine glass, and then just take a sip. Look like he's lost in thought for a minute, shake his head and place the glass down. Lyanna, what happened?
I mean, we've been having some problems, and then this evening we talked, and she told me something. Not sure I can go through with it. Then she said that if I told anyone, she'd kill me.
Were those her words?
She threatened to kill me.
Understood. A moment, please.
Don't tell
say-
anyone.
I'm not leaving this room. Don't say anything. He'll get up. He'll kind of limp over to the desk he uses and pulls a piece of parchment, a quill, and an ink bottle and brings it over. I place the paper in front of her, the quill and the ink. Then don't say it, sister. We can burn this after. Abide by your promise while still keeping the family as your priority. And then I'll sit back and see if she writes.
Make a cunning roll.
Sure.
Remember, if you want to use a destiny point to get +2 bonus dice, you may.
Yeah, there's a list, right?
Yes, there's a short list which is pinned at the top of the...
Yep. Let me take a look. I just want to look at it real quick. What's the difference between spending and burning? Burning a permagon?
Burning permagon.
Yes.
Spending
cool.
comes back each episode.
Cool. Gotcha. Sure, I'll spend. It'll add what, +2 extra dice? Is
2
that what
bonus
it is?
dice.
2 bonus dice? Sure, we'll go ahead and do that. Jesus Christ, 26.
Oh! At this point, she just nods and just starts writing. It takes her probably a minute before she's got a full page of somewhat wavery but mostly beautiful calligraphy in front of her. What it says is, Lavina confided in me that her brother wasn't assassinated by one of her guards. she killed him and then tried to take her own life. He was bad. He was no good. She had reason to. But I'm afraid of her. She said if I
Caleb.
told anyone,
Yep.
she would kill me. I don't want her harmed. I still love her, but I can't go through with this.
After he's done reading, Caleb picks up the paper, candle nearby, just places it over the candle, lets it catch fire, and
Okay.
lets it go and lets it disintegrate into ash. As far as I know, your voice didn't speak these words. But we are in a situation where you backing out cannot be something that is your choice. Repercussions come with you backing out. There needs to be a reason. There needs to be a reason for our father to call off the terms. Lavina and I are close in our own way. But if what you say about the two of you is true, then you are closer than I could ever imagine. If you want Lavina to go, and you want her to live, then there has to be something she's done that would send her out of the Riverlands. And murdering her own brother in the Dornish territory might not be enough. Moreover, we don't really have evidence. Could just be a young girl desperately looking to leave the marriage in Dorne. Our best bet is to send her back. But that has to come from our father. What would be a good reason for Lavina to go home, Lyanna? Can you think of one?
I don't know. That's why I came to you. You're better at this.
She threatened you. That's a line that no one in the Rook household can stand by. Thank you. I'll fix it. For you. And
Thank you.
I'll actually, like, while she's standing, kind of stand up and take a step to her and just bring her head to my chest and give her, like, a hug. One of those kind of like older brother hugs, even if I'm younger than her.
It's very rare that you two would have such a touching familial moment, but
Exactly.
he does.
You're welcome to stay in my study as long as you need to tonight. If you are afraid, then stay here.
No, I've got to keep pretending like everything's normal.
Can you do that?
I have to.
I know you have to. But Lyanna, can you? Take my advice. Drink the wine. A lot of it. Enough where the world seems a little wibbly-wobbly and everything's gonna feel okay. Then go back to your room. You drank with friends or family, it doesn't really matter. But enough where sleeping tonight is going to be easy. I'll stay with you, and I'll drink with you the best I can.
Okay. She proceeds to drink a lot of wine.
I have a glass. That's it. The point is just to get her back to wherever she's sleeping. If she's sleeping with Lavina, too drunk to do anything, and hopefully just pass out very quickly. I'm not opposed to sprinkling a tiny bit of like very cheap, just something just to help, like nightshade or whatever the fuck it's called.
A sweet sleep.
Let me see what I have. I have nightshade, so that should work. Is nightshade too much? Let me take a look. Gotcha. If we have that, I personally don't have that particular thing that you said. So
Sweet
if we
sleep
have
is
some
like
around-
several coppers or something in price. It's
Okay,
pretty
then
cheap.
I'm happy to procure
Yeah,
some.
I'm sure you would have some. It's probably just an oversight that you don't have any.
Okay, sure, that works. I'll go get some, and I'll even sprinkle some into her drink just to really help her get to sleep tonight.
Okay.
And that's it. That's all. I want her to go back, and I will start thinking.
How much time would you want to pass while you think?
Well, I was in the middle of doing some research.
Okay.
But I don't. From the last time I was on the show and now, how much time has passed?
About 6 months.
Okay, so I've been doing a lot of research
Okay.
on that.
What research have you been doing?
I've been doing research, hilariously enough, on Lavina's family.
Okay. Feel free to roll me a knowledge research.
Sure, let's do it. $13.
I mean, in 6 months, vaguely knowing what you're looking for, you'd find that she did have an older brother who was older by like a year, who was assassinated when he was about 10, I think. He was killed by a guard. The guard was then executed, thrown into the snake pits afterwards.
No, I was 13.
You were 13,
so he would
okay.
be 14.
Yeah, 14.
So he was 14, she was 13 when she did the deed?
And she was also attacked in the incident and had her throat cut, but she survived due to the ministrations of the Maester Raphael.
And was the guard ever caught?
Yeah, they chucked him into the snake pit and he died there.
Okay, gotcha.
Oh, he was
Okay.
15 at the time. Okay, according to the background.
Oh, according to so he was 15, so he was 2 years older because I would have been 13. He was 15. Lavina used his dagger, so the guard's dagger was found basically, and so that's why they tried him, threw him in the
Gotcha.
snake pits. Yeah. You would have also known. It's pretty well known that my older brother was not a very nice person.
Mm-hmm.
He was pretty cruel, just all in all.
So
He's the
tendencies.
Joffrey of Dorne.
Yeah.
Fair enough. No, I like. There is an understanding there with Caleth. Obviously, what needs to be done must be done. Caleth now, I think, mostly thinking, why did Lavina come clean to Lyanna? Like that much information. Moreover, why threaten her? Okay. Probably about a week will pass. I mean, like, we're not. Is anything supposed to be happening very, very soon that Caleb will be like, we need to figure this out now?
I don't believe there's anything happening. Like
So give me
instantly.
about at least. I think Caleb will take about a week. I have some ideas going here, but I think Caleb will need a little bit of a week. I'm going to start writing some stuff out.
In which case, everyone else can make insight empathy rolls to determine if they can figure out if anything is wrong with Lyanna in the meantime. Because she'll try and go around her daily business.
I would know that there's something wrong with her.
That's an unusually low roll for me with insight.
Wonderful.
Even with the lower threshold I was going to give you, her deception is still higher. So none of you notice that there's anything wrong with Lyanna in the meantime. Partly because she'll be trying to keep to herself as much as she can within the bounds of normality. And partly because she is still the oldest daughter, currently effectively the next in line because Jason's still 5, well, 6 now. So, while Caleb figures anything out, does anyone want to have any minor scenes of anyone they've meaning to catch up with outside of this main arc?
How much time is going to pass from last game? Just a week?
Just a week.
No, I think Lavina's probably gonna keep pretty quiet. She also has some other simmering to do. But
Does John visit?
In that week, probably once, yes.
Okay. Does he give me any? Well, actually, can I have a conversation with him if he?
Sure.
Okay.
One night, you awake to find someone standing over you.
I'm gonna have to really start getting used to this. I say.
Doesn't say anything in reply.
I didn't know that you were gonna just up and leave.
People are too suspicious.
Don't you think this would make them more suspicious?
John is now nowhere in the castle. Outside of their view.
Actually, on that note, does he still look like John right now, or does he look? Okay, he does.
What do you mean? He's John.
Just making sure.
After the death of his lover, it makes sense that I would spend more time away.
No, it somewhat makes sense, but you and I both know that somebody killed my brother, poisoned him, and I still want to find out who. And I think John leaving makes it more probable, more suspicions on him. That he was guilty.
And?
I just want to get to the bottom of this. I thought help from Declan and Lavina, but I'm sure they probably think that John is guilty. Then again, I don't know.
They think that there is very little I can do to dissuade them of that.
You're right. Where will you be? Are you gonna keep coming back to see me?
For a while the girl shows promise.
I feel like I've been getting better at this whole fighting thing.
You have. It is not just about fighting, though. It's about grace, poise.
You mentioned once that there'll be a time where I'll have to make a decision, or there'll be like a moment that I'll just have to know when that moment is. I've been thinking about that a lot. I don't fully understand what you mean.
You want to travel. There are very few
Yes.
opportunities for you to travel while part of a noble household in Westeros. There'll be a time where you have to choose between your dreams and your family.
I know, it's hard for me to think about leaving them. I will think more on this.
Our lives were not made to be easy at Rook.
Yes, I can see that. The life that you live, I can't even imagine.
Perhaps you just lack experience.
Perhaps. But perhaps I can gain more. And I don't think I'll get it here in the Riverlands.
He raises an eyebrow at that.
I hope you come see me again soon. I'll be here. I'll be here thinking. I don't know about telling my father about everything. I feel like he's going through a lot right now. But I'll think about it.
I do not ask you to leave now. There will be a time if you show enough promise. And if you do not, then our training will come to an end.
You won't kill me?
A man but needs a name.
They won't say anything more. She'll.
I saw potential in you. Are you ready to understand the answer to that?
Of course.
Really?
I feel like I'm always ready.
That is probably because you are not ready then. Maybe another time.
This is frustrating at times. What do I need to do to show that I'm ready?
Know that you're not. That way you'll know the difference when you are.
Thane will just nod. Perhaps I'm not ready then.
Half his face turns up in a grin. Now, let's work on that voice of yours.
What's wrong with my voice?
You
Is it
have
not
only
mysterious
one.
enough? I have only one. Do you have many voices? I've heard only 2 so far.
A girl asks a lot of questions.
I do. I like to get to the bottom of things. Asking a lot of questions is the best way to do that.
Sometimes a lot of questions can get a girl killed.
Who? So what voice should I practice first?
One of your family, perhaps. Someone you know well. Possibly someone in the household?
My sister, maybe?
Show me your best impression of Lyanna.
Oh, Etheline. I'll kind of say in a higher voice. I have to go to Dorne. It could use some work, I know.
So that night passes as you learn to imitate mannerisms.
Okay.
Declan, do you check in on Jason in the week?
Maybe. Mostly to see if he's okay. but I feel like I may spend as much time as I can with Jorah as well.
Okay. Sure. Not enough time's really passed to make another training roll for him, but you
Okay.
spend some time with him. Do you want a scene, or do you just want to make known that you're checking in with him?
Just known mostly.
Sure.
And I know that if I
improving.
give more scenes with Jason, it's just the sooner that he's going to die, and I can't have that happen. So I'll
Okay.
keep him out of sight and out of mind at least for an hour.
You
Sure.
don't want to
Okay.
lose another young boy. Son.
No!
Okay, I'm just asking.
No!
Don't worry,
Bastard.
Kayla's gonna go
Okay,
through
handle
the
it. There's a trend happening here.
Yeah, you spend some time with Jorah. He's still kind of imitating you to an extent, maybe unknowingly, but he's practicing with a long axe. He's spending a lot of time basically doing strength training. He's become notably more silent. But he's relatively a model guard, give or take.
Good.
I actually have a really quick question. Has there been a regent council that's formed over these past 6 months?
Not really, because
Not yet.
Tommen is still in charge nominally, although he has devolved a lot of power to Ithleen, also
Okay.
Caliph, Lyanna, to a
Sure.
certain extent Declan as well.
Cool.
If you check in on Jason, Yennefer's looking after him closely, making sure that people don't overly spend time with him to influence him in any particular way. Scepter Weiler spends some time with him as well, teaching him generally, but Yennefer seemed to take on this protective role.
Sure. No, I don't think so. I think I've probably delivered a fair deal. Maybe if it's feasible, would I be able to fashion like a child's like toy crossbow?
Sure. What the hell role would that be?
I don't know.
Oh God, let me look.
Swords are way easier. They're kind of already pointy if you go with the stick route.
Make me a marksmanship roll.
Marksmanship.
Making a crossbow.
Could be just like miscellaneous. I don't know. There's like no crafting ability.
Yeah, there's
All right,
no
this
crafting abilities.
This
So.
is rough. Okay, here we go. This is I got a 2.
You don't even get to the stage of really adding a string or anything. It becomes very apparent early on that you can't make a decent crossbow for your life. Partly because you've, as a wildling, never used a crossbow until more recently, and you've never been particularly good with them. If you want, you can easily find someone in town who can make you.
Yeah, can I commission it?
Yeah, quite easily and quite cheaply. Like a cheap, child's crossbow that doesn't really do anything other than fire a few twigs, 10 yards maybe. Cost you like 20 silver max.
If you actually ask, if you're asking around, there's a blacksmith in town who'll do it a little cheaper than most. He could use the business.
Problem is you need a carpenter for the crossbow.
Oh, all right. Well,
That's fair. That's fair. Sure. Will I have any wiggle room on that commission request based on reputation?
Oh, make a status roll.
You got it.
That is reputation.
That's not absolutely terrible. 16.
Sure.
What's the best I can do?
It will be, you know what? For you, 12 silver.
Perfect. I will thank him greatly.
Anything for Master Jason. That's terrible happened to his older brother.
He has a lot of work ahead of himself, that's for sure.
Did you ever find what did it? Who did it?
No, that is yet to be determined.
I heard it was that bandit.
I'm not going to say anything.
Okay. In which case, during the week, it becomes gossip amongst the town that there is intrigue into Hoster's death. There's more going on. But there was to an extent already. Probably just is a little uptick in it. Right. After a week, Caliph.
3 things.
Mm-hmm.
First thing I sent you. Does it just happen? If I ask her to do it
You
again,
would have to really convince her to do that.
Convince roll?
Persuasion convince. Or you could try and manipulate her with cunning if you wished. Or lie to her to deceive her. It's up to you.
I'll lie to her.
Okay.
Because
How
I
would
get
you present
manipulation.
this then? What would be your reason for this?
That's a good question, actually. I don't know if there's actually a good reason. I don't know if there would be a good reason. If I was the sleight of hand, what would that? Is that like a stealth roll? Like where's sleight of hand?
Probably end up being a stealth roll.
All right. I'll convince her. There's no good lie here. More that it would do her good for me to have for the next couple of days, more or less. That she can trust me. I'm not gonna fucking pass it around town or give it to her father, that kind of thing.
Okay. It's gonna be a tough one, but feel free. Persuasion
we can-
convince.
21.
Would you like to use a destiny point to convert one of those bonus dice into the only bonus die into a real dice, making it 23?
That'll be my second one for the session. It's spend, not burn.
Spend.
Yeah, then I'll do it. Sure. We'll do
Okay, 23. She writes down the same note. This time a little bit more analytically, less emotionally, but she makes the same note for you.
Once she's done with that, after she leaves, I would basically fold it, and then with a wax steel, put our family symbol right on it, and I would store it.
Okay.
I need to speak to Declan next.
Okay. I assume that it's relatively easy to find Declan since he works every day.
I imagine so. At some point, somebody would come fetch you, Declan, and say that Cal is looking to speak with you in the office. In
Ironsbane,
his office.
Kaelithris is looking for you, sir.
And where is he?
In his office, sir. I can take you there.
Go on.
You are led to Kaelith's little study.
Sure.
Once you enter, I'll send the guy away and shut the door, lock it. I'll gesture to probably like the same 3 drinks I always have in the office or in my study, like the same bottles of wine. They just get replaced. Can I
I'll
offer you?
abstain. When you offer, I'll immediately put my hand up.
Sure. I'll offer you a seat and I'll sit down. I always sit down, and I always feel like I'm exhausted from sitting down. Declan, it's been a while. How have you been?
Busy, Lord Caliph.
As have I.
The lands have been becoming a bit more tolerable, and we've seen less and less bandits on the road.
Good. You are the eyes and ears for me, at the very least, out there. I would never dream of finding myself out in those lands. I didn't die all too quickly.
I promised to protect this family. Your father has done well for me, and I intend to do the same for him.
I am the same. You know that. Family above all, more than anything else. Actually, that's why I bring you here. I need to speak with you about family matters. Things have been... A gray cloud has sat itself over our keep and hasn't moved in months. Hoster's death being the start of it, and my father being busy and giving a lot of the responsibility to my dear sister. And Lyanna prepping to move to Dorne. It's just all been very chaotic. No time to breathe, no time to settle. And just as things seem to have a clear horizon, another storm moves in. Have you noticed a change in Lyanna recently? Her mood, her emotional state.
Pure insight roll.
No necessary insight. Lord Caliph, can I speak candidly?
Declan, if you haven't been able to speak candidly with me up till now, then you and I aren't as close as I had hoped.
Lady Lyanna is, and always has been, a bit of a pampered sort. Well taken care of. And quite whiny.
A very breathy chuckle escapes Callith's lips.
Would I say more so now than ever? Mayhaps. But she's come from Dawn, and it is a far different sight from what I've been told of the Riverlands.
Tales of flowing rivers of wine. Sexual promiscuity, not seen this way. I feel like she would do well there.
I agree. It would be beneficial to the house.
It would.
And I think it would make the Lord happy.
It would. But Lyanna has been, as you said, she's been whiny, for lack of a better term. Afraid. Resistant recently, it seems.
And do you know why?
Suspicions? Sure. Do you trust Lavina, Declan?
Look, Gareth, I've learned to trust no man, no woman. At least not for long.
Not even me.
I've learned to watch you. I know that you lack physical prowess, but your words are honeyed, and you are quick to align people with your desires. Not that I see a problem with that. Survival is pertinent in the Riverlands. I know all too well the act of survival.
You're a keen observer.
I watch. I watch much.
The years my siblings spent training the sword, I spent nose buried in a book, and talking to others who would rather not speak with me. That is not the point right now. Lyanna... Lavina. Declan, how do I word this in a way that hopefully you understand? The Rook household. The Rook family. That has always been my priority and has always been yours as far as my understanding. Does that still hold true? Do you still hold our family in high regard?
I do hold the family in high regard, but my aim is to please Lord Tommen. Rare have I found a better man.
It would be unfortunate if Lord Tommen found out that a threat was put on my sister's life. That Lyanna's very well-being, nearly 6 months after my brother died, had also been threatened. How strange.
Look, Gareth, since we're speaking so candidly, did you have anything to do with your brother's death?
I'm offended you would ask such a question.
Offense is not that. I just want to
love
see...
my family. It's why I come to you with this matter, because I trust you, because you are part of the family in my eyes, Declan. And Lyanna has been threatened. Her very well-being. Losing another Rook sibling would send the lands in our family into chaos. There would be no Rook household left.
Have you spoken to your father?
No. Because I wish to speak to you first. My trust in you. You look past my name. You see me for who I am. As much as my father perhaps cares for me, perhaps even loves me somewhere, you see me for who I am. It's a blessing that you free folk get, that we do not. And Lavina, threatened Lyanna's life.
Why?
Because Lavina has been hiding things. And for one reason or another, I found out. And now I discover that she threatens my sister. I lost my brother already, Declan. I am not going to lose my sister to a woman from Dorne. And now my suspicions are cast on her. How strange. A brother to die. And now my sister.
I understand and recognize your fears. I wish to keep true to what I've said and to protect this family. Why has Lyanna not spoken to her father?
Because she doesn't want Lavina dead. And my father would kill her without a second thought.
And what are you proposing, Keleth?
I know about Lavina's past. I have spent these past 6 months poring through books and researching ever since I heard that her brother died mysteriously, and so her life was threatened as well. My discoveries aren't pleasant, but I understand her motives, even if they are twisted and snake-like. Perhaps it's like her people. But Lavina, as twisted and as similar to that reptile as she is, still useful to our house. The merge of the Dornish family and ours still holds a much greater benefit than just killing off Lavina and killing off that particular tie to their family. Instead, I let you know, because should anything happen to myself or Lyanna, I want you to know it was Lavina who did it. And you will bring righteous retribution to her name, to our name. And should anything end up happening, 7th book on the shelf, 42nd page in, is the evidence you need. If my father hears about this, Lavina will be killed. And our family could spiral in an entirely different way.
I'm going to stand while you're talking, and it's fairly common knowledge that Declan isn't literate. He also is not very mathematical.
Yeah. I would show
so
you.
he's just
gonna
point and wait
I'll
for
bring
you
you
to
to the
stop.
book. I'll pull it out. I'll
Okay.
open the page, and there is that piece of paper with the rook seal
Okay.
on it, the official seal. Clap the book shut, shove it back in the library. I'll know if anybody's touched it, and I'll know if it's been opened. I'm going to speak to Lavina. I'm going to make it very clear that from now on she's being watched by our family.
Why did she make a threat?
Because Lyanna discovered the truth as well. Lavina doesn't know I know. But Lyanna is young. She's emotional, and she doesn't know how to keep things to herself.
Lyanna is, without a doubt, very impressionable.
Do you want me to make a bluff check, by the way? Because that is a lie.
Sure.
If you wanted. I don't know if you want me to. I don't know if Declan would just believe it. It's up to you, but I'm happy to make a bluff check.
What part particularly?
Well, the fact that Lyanna figured it out on her own. She didn't. Lavina told her. She didn't do anything.
Most of this is truth and mirrors and lies. So if you want to just make the bluff check in total, and if you want to make a... This would be assessed disposition, I think. Insight assessed disposition, because he's straight up not lying from point of view of feelings, he's lying from point of view of direct.
So you saying you want to make a bluff check?
Yeah, if you can make a bluff, and if Declan can make
Is this one of those things where I have to make an insight, because from the moment that I've stepped in, I've had suspicions and remote doubts about pretty much everything that Galeth has said. I'm taking everything that he said with a grain of salt.
Sure.
There is emotion behind this, but I also am very, very much aware of how he is quick to bend an individual to benefit his needs.
In which case, this will just color it, but it is, how he comes across, which is going to be important for how you take this as well.
Okay. Sure.
Bluff.
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. Wow, that was an incredible roll. Holy shit.
There's no way that I
two
can even come
sixes.
close to that.
Well, let's just see
That
what the
was-
difference is. Insight and assess disposition.
That is the best roll I've ever seen in my life for this game.
Yeah. Here we go. 11. That's almost the best I can do.
Yeah.
It's a literal third of that roll.
I think with that much of a difference, even with your suspicions about Caleb, how he comes across right now has to allay at least a good chunk of that, just because Caleb puts it across so forthrightly. Like, you still have those suspicions. Like, he can't erase facts, or, what you've currently had conversations with Lavina about.
Sure.
But it definitely colors a lot of it very heavily, and the Caleb's coming across as very forthright right now. He is trying to...
It's not going to change the fact that even with my suspicions, Lyanna knows. Either she discovered it or she was told.
Right.
She knows.
Yeah.
Okay, it's concrete. She knows.
What this information is, Declan, for better or worse, I'd rather keep to myself. As much as you speak candidly about me, let me do the same about you. Your lips, they're loose. I'm worried.
This I know.
You have to trust me on my word that what I speak is truth. I'm going to speak with Lavina. Lyanna wants to stay in the Riverlands. That has to happen. Something else has to change.
There's more to this. And the moment that you question Lavina, she may strike you down. You very well may fall on this day.
If it's for my family, then so be it. You know who did it if I die.
You can tell that Declan's probably a little confused more than anything.
Would you like to stay here while I speak with her? I'd welcome your company.
I am not a diplomatic by any sort of the means, and I am afraid that she may see this as some intense interrogation, and I this may be a mistake to have me here, but I have also come to know Lavina, and I do not believe this is without cause. I think she also has her house in her best interest.
And her house needs to marry with ours.
I just want to know why. Why would she threaten?
I wish to know that as well. I'm not sure I'm going to get that answer now. The purpose of speaking with Lavina is to ensure that Lyanna stays here. We find a better replacement. I'm not to tip my hand. I'm not that stupid. I merely show you one of the cards I hold, Declan, because I trust you to keep it in your mind and not forget.
It is not what I'm afraid of that you're showing me a card. It's just the remaining cards in your hand, Lord Caliph. I do not wish to be a pawn in any game, and I just wish to serve this family. Rightly so.
I understand.
But I will stay and listen. We'll hear what Lavina has to say.
Thank you, Declan, for everything you've ever done. Not just for the house, but for me. I'll open the door. I'll make my way over, creak the door open, nearby a guard. Have him go fetch Lavina for me.
Okay. Lavina. Excuse me, Miss Lavina. Caleb Rivers is requesting your presence.
She's She's probably sitting on like a lounge or something, like a chaise in her room, snake wrapped around her body in like a meditative position. She's kept quiet and to herself over the last few weeks. She doesn't even open her eyes. And she lets out inside and says, I have been waiting. I will come shortly, thank you.
Very well. He's in his study.
Isn't he always?
Guard doesn't have to take that. It's just like nods and just leaves.
She'll make sure that she has decent clothes on. And by decent, I mean her snake suit. And she leaves the snake behind.
Okay.
Yeah. And she will go and take with, I guess, Caliph and Declan now.
Yeah, Lavina, you enter the room to see Declan and Caliph. Declan and Caliph, you notice that Lavina is a reddish she normally is, but sand snake for some reason.
You walk in with Caliph, are finishing pouring a glass of wine for you.
I'll offer her my seat.
Declan, sit down. Stop it. It's so formal.
Well,
How can I help you, Caliph?
formalities, actually. It's come to my attention that Lyanna would like to stay home. Something has spooked her.
Caliph, do not lie to me.
I'm not.
No, but you hide behind veils. You know I can see through this. Sit down. Let us talk like people
I am.
and not like enemies.
Well,
I
I'm
had a
sure-
feeling she would come to you. Though I actually thought it would be her sister.
I kind of raise an eyebrow. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lavina.
Great, let me inform you, so there is no question.
Sit back.
Declan, put your feet up. This should be interesting for you.
But that is not comfortable. I will not do that.
She takes, I guess, a glass of wine.
Yeah, I poured you one.
She
and I have one
probably
as well.
brought her own in honesty.
Even
Let's
better.
be real. She probably walks around with her own glass of wine all the time. And she says, I am assured she came to you and told you that I threatened her life.
I have her. Again, Caliph just kind of raises an eyebrow.
Yes,
Weird as
I
hell.
take your silence as a yes.
He shakes his head. I don't know what you're speaking about, Lavina.
Of course you don't.
Would you like to roll
They-
a con? A deceive bluff, sorry.
Sure. Happily.
Deceive bluff, insight. Probably, again, assess disposition on this one.
And we get... Sorry.
It's a lot of dice. I'm not, I mean, there's nothing that I'm rolling, but does Lavina?
No, he's already rolled the versus. But Lavina, if you can roll your insight.
I mean, she doesn't care if she actually... No. She knows he knows. He would not have called on her. Like, she knows. Like, she's been sitting in meditation over this. The moment she told Lyanna, she knew Lyanna would go tell
True,
someone.
but if
when
someone
you-
is this good at deceiving, it could be, there's that chance it could be a coincidence that does pop into
What-
Lavina's mind. Like, Caliph is being...
What Caliph would tell Lavina is that she came crying, like she came desperately looking for a way out of the marriage. Which Caliph would not say that she said why, merely that she wants out, and I am good at those types of things.
I closed the door to
Mhm.
this room to ensure that it is just the three of us.
Mhm.
I sit down and take probably an extremely long gulp on my wine.
Do you just like just open your throat?
Yeah, just like this is gonna. I need some libations for this.
All right.
She came to you upset, yes?
Incredibly.
I will tell you why. Between the three of us, I am in love with your sister, and have been since the moment I laid eyes on her. I have made love to your sister more time than we have fingers and toes.
The gods. My.
I tell you this
Caleb looks blush. Like he's faking it, but he looks like
Yes.
embarrassed.
Declan will realistically very really swallow. Just
I have by no means pressured her. It was very consensual. She came to you because I threatened her life. I told her something personal to me, about me, my family, myself, because I love her. And because she wanted out of a marriage so that we could run away together. So that we could be together.
A foolish child, but
Yes, I said the same thing. She did not take it very well. I assured her that no longer could we be together. I am afraid that she cannot separate her duty from her love. And so I was honest with her about why I chose my family over my love for her. I did threaten her, but I would never harm your sister. I love her.
whatever the reason, whether it be a lie that you said to her face or not, she believed it. And
I
that's all that
understand,
mattered.
and I wanted her to believe it. It is not a secret that I need told to everyone, because it would harm both my family and potentially yours.
Then you should be lucky that she came to me, because if she went to our father, you'd be dead already.
Khalith, I have sat in meditation for many days. I wake up every day expecting to die.
That's no way to live.
No, but it is how I have chosen to live. And I have dedicated myself to my family and my house. I do love your sister more than anything in the world, and would give my life for her to be better, for her to have more than she has now. Which is why I told her what I did, and I needed her to understand that duty comes before what she and I share. I will never harm her. I would never lay anything but a loving finger on her. So I ask you, what did she really tell you, Khalith?
That you threatened her. And that she doesn't want to marry in Dorne any longer and wishes to stay here. Now my fear is that if that is not granted, she will tell my father the truth. Whatever you told her, he'll learn. And your life will be numbered.
Khalith, my life has been a lie since I was 13. My life has been numbered since the day I woke up with no voice and my throat slit. So
But
let
you
me
love
inform
Lyanna.
you. Hmm?
But you love Lyanna. So
I
don't
do.
do it for you, do it for her.
I too have been thinking about an option for her. She did not take well to Dornish way. I have thought about this since we returned, what, a year ago?
I don't know.
It's been a year, I think. 6 months. 6 months ago. Ithleen is significantly more suited to a more cultural change. Lyanna should stay here. She should stay in the north. I do not know what this means for me, and I really do not care. I have served your family and have always kept their best interests at heart. I, in fact, have spent many a time sitting with Declan trying to figure out who murdered your brother and why. So why is it that you have brought me to this room? Usually our conversations are just between us, but you seem nervous, or else Declan would not be here.
Spoke
asked to be here. He said that I may leave, but I wish to have been here in attendance to hear it myself.
Because, Lavina, as we have spoken many times in the past, our interests with our family are common ground.
That they are.
And you have shown interest in keeping our family front and center. And should the merger of our two houses not go the way as planned, or not go at all, then that could pose more problems for the Rook household than if they... It should go through. It is beneficial for the both of our families, especially in times like now, where bandits roam free.
There are worse things than bandits.
That there are. Politicians.
Yes, there is unrest at the capital.
And if Lean decides she doesn't wish to go, then what? Jason?
Not know. There is no one for Jason to marry.
You could...
Unless you plan to marry him to me.
Cal blankly stares at you. You said you could be legitimized if you wanted to.
I could. I have chosen not to.
What if it was best for the family if you did?
Well, then the question is, why are you not legitimized and we get married?
Legitimacy is not something my father has deemed I've earned.
Seems strange. You have served your family well. Is it something you have brought to him in interest?
There are certain blames, certain superstitions they believe when I came into the picture. The northern ways are not as free-loving as the Dornish ways. Bastards are looked down upon. Legitimization is a rarity.
I see. But not an impossibility.
Not an impossibility. And should my father wish to offer me legitimization, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for me. But you have the option, and you choose not to, but you haven't said why. Why?
Because the gods chose to bless my family with another legitimate heir, a male, after the death of my brother. And I chose to give my life to protect him. My reasons remain my own.
Is it that out of game, if you were legitimized, you would be the heir instead of the son? Is that how Dorn works?
From Dawn,
Yeah,
it's the eldest, regardless of gender.
it's the eldest.
okay.
So
So-
I would be the heir.
I see. Okay. that
Now,
makes
it is also probably well known if you've been doing research on the family that my brother is
young?
young and he's simple.
Right.
He's nice.
He's
Mhm.
very nice, which is one of the reasons why, Lyanna was not very fond of him. I don't think anybody really prepped her for that. Another reason why Lavina is very protective of him. He is the polar opposite and then some of the brother that died.
And also of Lavina.
Curious then. Yeah, I've heard of your brother. He sounds sweet.
He is.
Do you think he'd be a good ruler? As sweet as he is, would you not be better, more suited? You do seem to have the mind for leadership, at least.
I have a mind for a lot of things, Khaled.
I agree.
I could easily take my family's... I could be legitimized and take my family away from what may be a difficult rise for him. But I will tell you this. The last heir to my family was difficult. The gods blessed us with someone who is kind. He may not be smart or charismatic, but he is caring and kind. And he cares for my family and my people, even at a young age. This is why we have surrounded him with good mentors, people to protect him, like me. I did not train with broadsword and shield, because I will not be on battlefield. I will be in courtroom with whip and dagger to assure that nobody ever touches him.
Do you not see yourself as kind, then?
I have made my own mistakes, Khaled, And based on your prying and your inevitable way of finding the truth, I have a feeling that you know what I am talking about. I do not believe that I hold all the qualities of a good leader.
There's a moment where he sips the wine, places it down, lets out a kind of a breath. Well, by your own admission, you threatened my sister, and that alone could deserve you death.
Sure.
But I agree that you are valuable to the family in more ways than just a liaison for yours. And while it is unfortunate to hear that my sister is similar to my dear late brother,
Which you had distaste for, if I remember correctly.
less the distaste and more an unfortunate circumstance. Unlike in Dorne, those who don't abide by very strict traditions, when word gets out, ends up getting them killed. Or worse, manipulated by somebody of another household to weaken ours and bring ours to the ground.
So what is it you are proposing, Callis?
I don't want you to die, Lavina, and neither does Lyanna. If she did, she would have went to my father. But I suggest we figure out a way to keep our houses working together.
I told her what I told her, so that our houses could continue to work together. You see, Lyanna had a skewed perspective. She thought that fairy tales really exist. She does not want to marry my brother because she wants to be with me. And you
In
and I...
Dawn, do women take wives?
Yes, many.
Then
Just-
why will you not legitimize and take Lyanna?
Because the North would never accept Lyanna's marriage.
They don't marry same sex.
You still have to marry an opposite gender,
Yeah.
though I can have as many wives as I want. It would never be legitimized for the two houses to
There
combine.
wouldn't be any wives, it would be consorts and mistresses or whatever, but
Yeah.
there would never be any wives. There's no formal arrangement.
So you see, Lyanna could marry my brother. And knowing my brother, he would be less than ideal in the bedroom. I could continue to serve her as I do now.
Is having so you already answered the question. Never mind. Sorry. Continue. If Lithleen refuses to go,
She will not. Ithleen would do anything to get out of this place. I can see the fire in her eyes.
then perhaps we should speak with my other sister.
Perhaps you are right.
When you say that he is sweet, what do you mean? That he is of timid sort?
The gods did not bless him with a full brain. With a good heart instead. He is simple, Declan.
I don't know how those rulers do in Dorne, but they would not be suitable up north.
Yes, here you guys would have killed him on the spot. In quiet, nonetheless. Door openers leaving behind closed doors.
Sorry.
I'm worried, Khaled, about your father, since we are speaking so candidly.
What has you worried about my father?
I look at Declan. He has been absent and troubled for the last few weeks.
He just lost his eldest boy. I imagine
Yes.
grief comes in waves.
It does. And sometimes it stacks upon much older grief. I came to you a few weeks ago for a key, one you did not hold.
I vaguely remember, yes.
Your sister has one. I borrowed it.
Which sister?
Which sister do you think? And by borrowed, I mean I...
Understood.
Great. So, I found something your father was not very fond of. Something that is his secret.
I turn immediately, realizing what's going on.
It is not my secret to tell. It is not my place to share. He is upset with me over this. This compacted with the death of your brother.
What are you speaking of? What secret does my father hold that I do not know?
Caliph, I cannot tell you this.
Then don't.
Declan knows why. I am trying not to, but you pry.
Then don't tell me.
What I am trying to tell you is that your father is distracted. You want to care for your family, and you should check on him.
Declan, what is she speaking about?
I promised your father I wouldn't say anything. You wish to know? You can ask him directly. Lavina has brought this forward. And this will be hers to reconcile with.
It will. I do not feel your father is a place to talk negotiations of trading daughters between marriages when his mind is plagued with darkness. This is all I say. Check on him. He confides in you. He confides in you, Declan.
Lavina, you're playing with fire.
I am not playing with anything. I am bringing the truth to the table. And the truth is that your father is sad. He wears it like a veil. He walks around this place. He leaves his decisions up to his youngest daughter. I hesitate to speak of trading marriages and legitimizing things when he is sad. I care for your family. I care for him.
You should care more for yourself. You're quickly putting yourself in a much earlier grave than you had intended.
Declan, the day I slit my own throat was the day I attempted to put myself in the grave.
Isn't that interesting information? Slit your own throat.
Are there any windows in this room?
Yeah.
Just in case I might want to leap out of it.
Yeah, knowing
You
his
wanted to
room.
be in this room, Declan. Welcome to the party.
So we do have windows, or at least openings.
It's a castle, actually. Dubious about whether there'd be any large enough windows, like especially for your character to fit through. Any windows would be pretty tight.
Yeah, but
You could slide Lavina through.
You
but
could
for
probably slide them.
Lavina.
Yeah, sure. You
Is
can
this-
get Lavina or Caliph out the window if you want to defenestrate them.
Curiously enough, how far away is the ground?
Probably 2 floors, 3 floors.
Okay. All right.
You wouldn't die if it was 2 floors.
I'm going to move to the door before this gets any worse and ask for a guard.
Okay.
Declan is panicking, and Lavina and I have known you for over a year, maybe 2 now, and I have never seen you let slip so much information in such a short time.
It is not letting it slip.
Yes, Declan.
I'm choosing.
Make sure that neither of them leave this room.
It's Jorah.
Bring another guard, Jorah. We'll need as many as possible. This room will need to be guarded.
Okay. I will go.
Better
get one.
yet, fetch Lord Tommen. I'll guard myself.
Yes, Declan. I'll find the Lord immediately.
I'll shut the door.
Thank you, Dick.
Which side of the door are you on?
I'm on the inside.
Okay.
Declan, I look
I
at
have-
Declan. I feel lost. The two of you clearly know something that I do not, and now you're calling for my father. What is going on? I'd rather hear it from your lips now than my father when he gets here.
I can
I would
only
not have said anything lest it was brought up. It was to be respected. But I do not believe that your father will hide this from you, as it may not have as much bearing
I
on
am
you as it
20
may the
years
other children.
old.
I understand that. I understand
Whatever
that you're a
it is
man.
he's been hiding my whole life. Why would he tell me now?
It doesn't immediately concern you, from what I've been told.
I see.
But it is a larger fact. Something that I'm afraid will inevitably come to light. Five years ago, your brother was brought into this world.
Yes.
And your mother died. Well, his mother died.
Correct.
But she didn't.
What
And
do
I'll
you
leave the
think?
rest to your father. Or this is going to get out, and I'd rather it stay in House Rook than move to Dawn for any reason.
Thank you, Declan. I agree. I promised Lord Tommen all my life I would not share it. And I have not, except for in the secrecy of this place.
You're right. You brought me into this. You knew exactly what would happen when it was brought up and when Caliph asked me, because both of you have declared that I am what you might determine as a shit liar.
No, you determined this. I have said no such things, Declan.
I have, and I'm right.
Oh, okay.
You put me in a bad position. And
This secret
going to get
puts
all
the
out.
family in a bad position, Declan.
Caliph gets up and gets another glass. Starts pouring his father a glass of wine.
I could use a refill.
And I will refill your glass.
Thank you, guys. I say all of this, Declan, not because I want to ruin the family, but because I want to free it.
it would have been freed in its own time. You're stoking the flames.
I am stoking no flame. The two of you brought me here to discuss secrets, and no matter how much Caliph likes to hide behind his sly tongue and truths, Lyanna came here and told him something, whether through her own mouth, through written word, or through the look in her eyes. I do not care.
I wish to not discuss secrets with anyone. I just wanted to hear why you would threaten the daughter of the house.
I told you, I threatened her because I told her the truth, something that she needed to hear, to understand, so that she would give her duty back to what is
And I
important.
believe you, Lavina.
Then Declan, why do you
But-
raise your voice with me?
The same reason that you with me. You've brought things to this table, and now we weather the storm. Lord Tommen approaches. Compose yourselves.
I have always composed.
Caliph doesn't have anything to say. This is all news to him. He doesn't know anything about this second part. This was not part of the plan.
Celine, make me a perception roll. By the way, you might hear raised voices.
Yeah, I even think I might be with like my father at this time. So
Okay.
perception. Why can't I?
Notice, sorry.
Before he gets there, I will look to Caliph and state that I just figured I was just informed.
Awareness?
Mhm.
You mean?
Caliph
This-
just nods in kind of recognition.
Whatever you hear, I was just told.
For what it's worth, Caliph doesn't look like plussed. It doesn't like he's clearly attentive of the situation, but yeah, Caliph doesn't know about this shit, so this is all news to him.
Okay, Celine, yeah, you probably considering how much running of the house you've been doing, you were with Tommen.
Yeah.
We'll quickly flip to that. A guard walks in. You might recognize it. Jorah. He did try to kill you a while ago, or at least capture you. There's maybe mixed feelings. Lord Tommen, Lord Rook, Ironsbane requests to talk to you. He's got Caliph and Lavina with him. They were raised voices. He said that no one should leave the room either.
That's interesting. Something going on. Did he seem all right?
He seemed
Flustered.
I was going to say flustered. He seems, well, I would say flustered if Bane could be flustered. Flustered. Lord.
Father, perhaps
We should
I
go
could
now.
go with you.
Yes. Come with me.
Okay,
Declan.
let's head over as quickly as possible.
If Declan has requested no one leave the room, there's a problem with either Lavina or Caliph. And right now, I trust Caliph a lot more than I trust Lavina.
Understood. Yeah.
The scenes merge then.
Yeah.
Declan, the door opens. There are two more guards he's picked up along the way. He stations them outside. Walks into the room along with Ithleen.
I'll immediately tell the guards to go.
He nods at them.
My lord?
I'll even tell them station at opposite ends of the hallway and make sure nobody comes through.
Okay. You probably see like a maid come around the corner, probably Wilfred Snow, who just comes around and is like, oh, okay. Leaves again. Sure, the door closes behind. He makes sure that no one's immediately outside and closes it. His face is like
Declan.
concealed thunder.
What's the meaning of this?
There is news coming to the forefront in regards to old secrets in the house. And for a change, it is not falling from immediately my mouth. There are implications, and, well, I'll stop there and let these two inform you as to what's been happening. I wanted to see this weathered now, before it causes more harm.
Declan, make a quick status reputation roll. This is how he takes you at your word on this, based on how he knows you.
Can I reroll? I'm going to use my pious for the day.
Sure.
Pious and my luck.
Okay.
Nice.
20.
Go.
Much better.
As you say this, like an inner warmth fills you, and it resonates with your words. And you come across as the center of the room for a moment.
Okay.
Very well, Declan, you've always done good by my family. I believe you. And if it relates to old secrets, then I think I know who's to blame.
I'll put my back to the door.
Caliph, would you like to speak or would you like me to?
I tried. Father, I'd rather just it come from your lips if what I'm told is true.
What have you been told?
That the lady of the house still lives.
Zan told you this.
Why?
Cal doesn't answer the question.
Which is good enough for me. Yes, she still lives. Lavina made a promise that she wouldn't tell anyone after she stole a key from Lyanna.
I did not tell.
She did not tell, Lord.
A meaningless distinction. If you've got Caliph to ask a very pointed question to me.
May I speak candidly, my lord?
Does it ever stop you?
Yes, your permission does.
Then speak. And your words right now might very well be your last.
Caliph and Declan brought me to this room to discuss something. Your eldest daughter is troubled over something that I said. Our discussion began there and moved forward very quickly to discussing options for her not to go to dorm. different marriage. I feel like Ithlin would be significantly more suited for the Dornish way than Lyanna is. That being said, I brought it to their attention that I fear you are troubled, my lord. You seem tired, and I know why. Now, Caleth unfortunately does not know this information, and it was not mine to tell. But I did suggest that Caleth speak with you. You trust him, you confide in him. And before we could discuss negotiations regarding such important things as the marriage of our two families, I want you to be well and in your right mind. I have spent the last few weeks thinking. After what I saw, there is a maester. He no longer serves my house. He is a maester of the Citadel. A great, great doctor, healer. He healed me. And she shows the neck, and you guys see just a gory scar across her neck. He healed something that should never have been healed. I believe he can help her.
Make a
But you
persuasion
do not
convince roll.
trust me. You do not believe that I have this family's interests at heart. So I cannot bring this to you. So I tell you now. But I do believe that these two men have the family's interests at heart. And I believe Caleth deserves to know. He serves this family well as I do. And I am sorry that I have uncovered your secret. But your secrets get married to my family. And it does matter to me.
Make a persuasion convince roll.
I'm
Cross your
gonna
fingers
use
on
a
this one.
destiny point.
Plus 2 bonus dice.
+2? Okay. No, it's the second one, right? Yes.
And the second one, yeah.
Yeah! 28!
Would you like to use a destiny point on that?
Can I use another one?
You can to convert 1 bonus dice into a real test dice, which would make it a 30. Or you can burn a destiny point to get a +5 on the test.
Oh, this is worth burning that sucker. Burned.
Okay, that is a 33. Caleth will talk in a minute. Please leave the room. Declan, wait with Caleth outside. Earshot, if you may.
Caliph, without question, gets up, respectful bow, and makes his way out of the room. His gaze lingers on Ithlin for a few longer moments than normal as he passes by.
Respect the Lord's word. He'll step out with Caliph.
Ithlin, do you make any inclination to leave, or do you seem to be adamantly wanting to stay?
I would like to stay.
Okay, make a status roll. Reputation, if you have it.
Oof. Oof.
Remembers you're there. Ithlin, leave also. Wait with Declan.
But, Father,
Wait with Declan.
understood. I just know I trust Lavina and her word. I'll say nothing more, but I think she's being genuine right now, so please keep that in mind.
Persuasion convince roll.
Yes, Ithlin. Female power for the win!
Would
Come
you
on.
like to use a destiny point on that?
Yes, I would.
Nice.
It's an
I will-
18.
Okay.
Do you leave?
Yep, I will leave after that.
Lavina, do you have any destiny points left?
Well, yes, 2 left. Because I officially got rid of one that leaves me with, and then I burned one, so 2
Yeah.
left.
Do you wish to spend one of those destiny points to make that a 35? Because you do
it
technically
really-
have an unused bonus dice as well, which you can use to...
Yeah, 35?
Yeah, if you want to make it 35, around the 33. Up to you.
Okay, hang on.
It might or might not be necessary.
Thanks, Ian. No, I mean, if he's giving me the time, I mean, I made my point, and I was genuine about it, and I didn't lie about anything.
Sure.
So I'm
But
gonna
that's
stick
more.
with.
This is more like your persuasion. You're convinced. Like, how good is it? Do you want to stick with the 33 or do you want the 35?
I mean, you know what? We're not even halfway through the game. Let's burn these destiny points. All right, go for it. All right, I burned another one.
It's not burn. It's just spend.
Spend.
You've already
Okay, I
burnt one.
just
You
spent
can't
that one.
burn again. This is just technically. I spotted there was like you could up it another 2 if you wished. So if you wish to spend it, you're up to a 35 rather than 33.
33 it is, or 35 it is.
Okay. There's a good 30 seconds after Ithlane leaves the room, where he just waits. I told you that, and you said you would not tell anyone. You may have not told them. But you gave Calith all the information and told him to ask. I don't care about your honeyed words. You did as good as tell him.
No, sir. Declan told him. I do not understand. Where I come from, I serve my family well, inside and out of the
Lavina,
court.
don't act dumb.
I am
You-
not dumb, and I act no way, my lord. I come to you because I am concerned for your daughters, for your son, for
Do
you.
not dress it up.
I am not
I
dressing
asked you
anything.
not to tell anyone. You arranged it so that Calith would know. You made him ask questions. You manipulated Declan. I know
If you-
Declan. He's been here for 9 years, and now you dress up as my best intentions. If it was my best intentions you had in mind, you would have asked me. You would have talked to Ithlane or Lyanna, people who knew and came to me, not set it up to tail Calith, after I specifically said not to tell anyone else.
I understand that you are upset with me, and this is fine.
No, I do not want you to understand that I'm upset. I am upset and I am disappointed. I want you to tell me why, again, you went against proprietary, my wishes, your
Because
promise.
I do not think you are in enough of a right mind to make a decision currently with your wife. Sick, my lord. I do not think you are in enough of your right mind to
In
be
which
able
case,
to...
why do you not go
You
to
asked
Lyanna
me a question,
or
my lord,
Ithlane?
which you have not given me a chance to answer.
Show some respect. Sand.
I don't know any other way to do so. I greet you. I stand. I am sorry if you feel that I have baited Calith in some way. I did tell him. He deserves to know he loves you and his family. He works hard for them. This is why he brought me to this room this very day, for this very conversation.
I will be talking to Calith about exactly what is going on later. You made a promise to me not to tell anyone, and you just
Then I
admitted.
broke my promise, my lord. Is that what you need to hear? For you to be understanding? You are missing the point. Where I come from, I serve as an important ambassador for my family. They take what I have to say to merit. They listen. And when I say I'm concerned for something, I mean it. I am concerned for you. And this secret, it no longer just affects you. It
If you were
affects my
concerned
family.
for me, you would have come to Ithlane, you would have come to Lyanna, you would have come to anyone but Calith, someone who didn't know and then told him.
My lord, I had planned to come to you, but I did not have plans to be beckoned from my room by your son and your right hand to be questioned about a conversation that I had in private with your daughter.
I will talk to him about that later, regardless of where you're beckoned or asked to or any conversation goes down. I do not care. That is not your secret to tell.
I agree.
And yet you told it.
I did not tell your secret. I specifically looked at Callens and said I would not tell it. But he did need to speak with you. My lord, look at you. You're tired and worn. She's sick. I want to help. I want to help your family. I want nothing more in the whole world. And I would die for it. You
Stay
could
there.
run me through now if you wanted to.
Stay there. He opens the door. Declan. Guard this door. See that she does not leave.
Yes, Lord.
Calith,
I just look to him.
with me. He walks down the hall a little bit, finds a door, opens it, and goes in. Probably someone's bedroom, but he doesn't care whose it is.
Short. I follow in and shut the door behind.
Did Lavina prompt you to ask?
It wasn't exactly subtle. No specific details, if that matters. More that you were hiding something. The family had a secret. Declan reacted rather emotionally when she spoke.
There's a reason I didn't tell Declan. Not at first. He can't hide a secret, and Lavina knows that damn well.
But why hide it from me, Father?
Because she has never liked you. And in her illness, she reacts poorly to you.
Do you believe if you just had not told me, if you just told me such things, I wouldn't respect it?
She wanted only to be visited by her kin.
I would have respected that too. It doesn't matter. Lavina is right on one thing. It has taken your time. Don't care about your mood, don't care about your headspace. I can't pretend to be in your brain. But it has taken your time, and the responsibilities has fallen to the younger siblings. Without Hoster here, the experience between Kathleen and Lyanna is minimal. That is a danger. A regent council might be something worth looking into, Father. Something to alleviate the stresses of leadership from your shoulders, but not place them on the young and inexperienced shoulders of Kathleen. A group of people who can make decisions when you're not around. And can teach young Jason everything he needs to know.
Persuasion convince.
Sure. 23.
I will think on it.
That's all I ask. Is there something I can do to help the situation? If you need my sworn word that I will not see her, then you have it. She is not my mother. She is
Deal
your
with
wife.
that later. I appreciate it. Right now, Lavina has shown she cannot be trusted to keep her word, and she knows too much about a secret of this house. I know your proclivities, Calith. What do you have on her?
What do you want done to her?
Want her silent.
More specifically, are you looking for something to be done by law? Do you need her killed? Do you need her imprisoned? Or you just wish her under control?
You can see that his fists are tensing and untensing at the time. And the law would draw attention and questions.
I agree.
This house cannot afford those. She would also mention everything I have asked her to keep quiet. She also says she knows a maester who may be able to help Jenny.
Your words contradict themselves, Father. Forgive me. You want her quiet, you don't trust her. But you trust her to bring in a maester to tend to your wife.
I don't necessarily trust her to bring the maester. I would like to know a name so that I can get to you and Maester Gallard to check if this maester actually has the expertise she claims.
So is he asking, he just wants the name of the maester?
Ideally.
Could you
That's
not just
for
ask Lavina?
I will ask.
If I may, Father, one last thing. I think it's important you know. Lavina has made it incredibly clear that her value in her own life is nil. Holding that over her head, threatening to kill her, won't do anything to keep her quiet.
Do not want to kill her.
She still needs our family. The merger of the houses is too important, and if there's anything I believe about Lavina, it's that she cares about her family first and foremost. If you trust me, then trust these words. I have enough to keep her quiet, and I believe that she would like to see this locked away. And should anything happen, Declan is well aware. He was in that room. You could always send her home. Request another liaison. This bastard Sandchild was no good. She caused problems. You could simply exile her and ask and request for another.
If your leverage is as good as you say, you can ask her. Turn herself. She's been away
Sure.
from her younger brother for so long. Understand
he
she's
is-
fond of him.
He is a sweet boy, I'm told. Whatever happened, Lyanna no longer wishes to go to Dorne. To the point of desperation. Lavina is the cause of this for one reason or another.
Will
That can be your
Lyanna still
case
want
in-
to have the marriage if Lavina is gone?
No. Dorne is no longer on her list of places to be. You could send her by order of command.
I should order my flesh and blood to marry someone they do not wish to.
And Ithleen, she could do well in Dorne, but I'm not sure of her intentions. Does she wish to stay here? I don't speak with her very often.
Make persuasion convince.
I'm asking him. I'm not. I'm asking what are her intentions because I don't speak with her.
I know Ithleen yearns to see the wider world. She finds the Riverlands limiting.
That could be the trade. But should she deny it as well? A regent council.
You've mentioned, think on it.
It's the only thing that I can think of. Beyond. If you want to laugh, Lavina's suggestion. Legitimize me and marry me to Lavina. And he kind of like gives a breathy chuckle.
Will not legitimize you because you would become the heir of this house.
That's fair. And I do not wish to be the heir of this house. Not that it wouldn't be a great honor, Father. It's just not my place.
Enough problems as it is. Make an insight roll.
Sure.
Assess disposition if you have it.
I do not. 16. 2 6 3 sixes, baby. Let's go.
Okay.
Wait, not really. 3 6s on the physical dice, but 3 4 6.
Yeah, only 1 6. Okay, but still a 16.
Yep.
Something relating to that conversation weighs heavy on his mind, more than you would expect, given the information you know.
My brain is that of a young squirrel. What part of the conversation specifically?
The last part about legitimizing you would create more problems. You'd become the heir of the house, and we have enough problems as it is.
And that part has more. It seems to be weighing on him.
Yeah.
Father, while there are no guards around, if I may, you have sought counsel in me over the many years, and I have done everything to put the house in front. Whatever it is that weighs you down, if you speak them to me, perhaps I can help. I have always attempted to help.
On this one, make a persuasion charm roll.
Cal is not charming.
Because you're working on your past reputation of I've always been helpful. I'm such a nice guy. I've helped out.
I have helped out. That's truth. 22. With 2 6s that time. Thank God.
Long pause. Lyanna is heir to the house.
How?
Jenny lost her mind before Jason was born. He spent more and more time in seclusion and was no longer able to function.
So you wish to remove Lyanna so Jason can be the heir?
No.
I was more
Jason-
hinting like that's why he wants to marry her to Dorn.
Okay.
Not like let's slit her throat.
No. So
Oh.
the problem.
Are Jason and I more alike than I anticipated?
Yes.
I see.
I love Jenny for the woman she used to be. She's barely that woman anymore.
Who knows this? Lyanna must, then, if she is the heir.
She does not know.
Then why is she the heir, if you're the only one who knows?
She's the true heir.
No one has to know that.
The other person who knows is the mother.
As you said, she's lost her mind.
I
You
mean,
can't...
the mother, the actual mother.
Of Lyanna?
Jason.
Ah, okay. Other way around. I was assuming that Jason was her bastard, not
Oh,
his bastard.
no.
My bad. Okay. And who was the mother?
A head maid.
I see. And what would you propose we do then?
Nothing. Weighs heavily on me.
Will she say something if Jason is continued to be raised and treated like the heir?
No, she's taken good care of him, and she's taken good care of Jenny through the years.
Then I see no reason to change anything. What is it that weighs heavily on you about it, Father? Just the knowledge?
Knowledge, the dishonesty. I never considered it an issue because Hoster was going to be the rightful heir of this house.
When did Jenny start going bonkers? Right after the birth or before?
Roughly the same year that you were born.
Same year I was born?
Yeah. She'd always been a little bit more unhinged, but not like massively so. It was more noticeable the year you were born, so ever since you can remember.
Okay.
And then about the time Jason was born, maybe a little bit before that, she became more hidden from view. And the pregnancy was announced, and then it was just said that she died in childbirth.
That makes sense. I got it all.
With the only legitimate male heir of this house dead, we are on thin ice.
That we are. His family seems to have drawn the ire of the gods.
Just for the sake of it, make a deception roll.
Bluff or just flat deception?
Bluff. I had to ask. Don't know why I bothered, but I had to. 30. Okay. Goes up to the door, opens it. It's Lean.
Yes, Father.
Get in here.
I will move right in.
I did want to have a conversation with Ithleen before.
Sure. In which case,
theirs finished.
5 minutes ago, Itzleen goes to the end of the corridor with Declan.
Waits with Declan, yeah.
Since it's just the two of us, Declan, how far away is the guard from us?
However far you send the guard away.
Even further.
Okay. Declan, sure. Down.
Lady Ithleen.
Declan.
These are trying times for the house. I'm sure you understand.
Very much so.
Yeah, playing a bit of a game, trying to marry off heirs. You understand where you fall, though it may not be what I wish for you. I have a question for you, Lady Ithleen.
Of course.
Why did John kill your brother? You can pretend all that you may. But I have seen you grow up in this house. You're clumsy. At times, like a baby bird. John is gone. And while I may not understand why you wish to protect him, I want to know why. More importantly, how.
He did it to protect me. I was being strangled by my own brother. He came back.
Why?
Do I know why? No. He was poisoned. He went insane. And he was strangling me.
I found a poison in his wounds. It stuck to my fingers like clay.
On the basis if I would normally ask for a bluff roll here, if you were lying, I will ask for a persuasion, convince, and an insight, empathy.
I'll insight it. 4.
God.
What if Lean says, even if it contains a grain of like mistrust or misleading,
Sure.
100% right now, especially with the truth and the truth bomb she's feeding you, everything goes down.
John didn't do it because he wanted to.
No, I don't think that's the case.
He did it. He loved my brother. I know he did. I don't fully understand, but I know he did.
Before this gets much heavier, I feel like I have to ask now. Do you also like women?
What do you mean, also?
Your sister, she is in declaration
What?
of love.
I quit the house and I leave.
Yep.
Lavina sets fire
That's
and
it.
Rook
like
falls apart. Rook falls apart because nobody knows how to be a politician.
I just wish to be aware.
What are
In
you
case
saying? My sister.
It's Lean, make an insight roll. Insight, assess disposition if you can. Just to see how you put this together. Or cunning, actually, in this case.
I don't have cunning. All right, yeah, I'll just.
Okay.
Yeah.
Both of those combined, yeah, you understand what's going on.
There's not much cunning here. I'm not like,
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
trying to.
no, it's just I
do this
needed a
up.
minimum threshold for her to be able to really put
Yeah,
all the
it's
stuff
Lean.
together.
Didn't know, but she's putting the pieces together in her head and she realizes now.
Your brother, now your sister. Now I ask you. I cannot protect this house if there are many secrets that surround me.
No, I do not like women. I did not know that my sister liked women. I did not really know that my brother liked men till
I do
we
not
all-
care of your preferences. It doesn't bother me. I still sleep just the same, which is not much.
Trust me, Declan. I speak the truth.
Are you still speaking to John?
No. Do I have to roll?
I'll give you an opportunity.
Deception roll. Bluff.
I got some points of deception.
Insight roll.
Sure. I'll
Assess
Destiny
disposition
point
on
this.
one. Okay.
Yeah.
2 bonus dice.
Yeah. 21. Oh my god, with 3 6s.
Okay. Does anyone wish to burn a destiny point to get a +5 after the fact?
I kind of do. Actually, yeah, this is important. I will.
Okay.
I'll burn it.
Oh, this is super important.
21.
Yike.
Okay. Based on the earlier roll of the persuasion, convinced, and so on, Declan, you're not going to take it one way or the other to condemn her on this conversation or to be convinced by this conversation. You've already got your
So
doubts about her.
I'm somewhere in between.
Effectively, this conversation doesn't lean you either way.
Okay.
She is saying that, and she is being relatively forthright about a lot of things, but at the same time, you're not certain.
Italine, you're very headstrong, and I do not see you to be suited for just being a basic wife. There is more still to you. But I will give you an opportunity, because I do not necessarily believe you. I do not want to know John's position. But I want to know if you're still speaking with him. Clear the air. Sleep easier on this night.
When John left, it was as much of a surprise to you as it was to me. John did put the final blow on my brother. But it was not him that poisoned that blade.
I figured as much. I've yet to determine who it was.
I want to find out as well.
Ithilien, you've still not answered my question.
I have not seen John.
Okay. I wouldn't need to put a god detail on you, would I? I want to insight her immediate reactions to this.
She's
That's
kind
fair.
of already done the bluff and the insight already for this section of the conversation.
Okay.
So it's one or the other, you know, it comes out as a nil, positive or negative.
Mostly because I worry for your safety.
I appreciate that. Do what you must. But I fear we should be more worried about my sister right now. If things are going on with Lavina.
I think your sister will be fine. She always finds herself above the rest. And she will wade through this torrent alive. Maybe disappointed, but alive. I want to help as many of the family that I can.
Then help me find out what really happened to my brother.
I may not be able to discover that, as I feel that everyone has spent a very long time lying to me.
I need everyone to make, except for Lavina, to make awareness checks.
Notice?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 12.
12.
Okay. At this point, Ithilien, the door opens and Tommen calls you. Lavina, we'll cut to you. You spent the last 10 minutes quietly going through everything in Callith's room. Callith, what's your poison collection? Please read it.
Not too much. It is
Not anymore.
Milk of the Poppy, Nightshade, Fire Milk, and Widow's Blood. That's it.
Okay.
In Wasting Potion, which is like the cure to poison.
Yeah. Lavina, make a knowledge roll. Just see how many of those you recognize.
I actually think I have pretty much all of those in my back
Yeah,
pocket.
a lot of the common ones you'll recognize. So.
You said knowledge roll?
Knowledge roll, yeah. You probably don't recognize Widow's Blood, but the rest you would.
Can I tell you that I'm not just looking for poison? Like, I'm looking for everything. Okay, good. I'm looking through everything while I'm in his room.
You probably find a sigil, which appears to be like... like an owl, like made of feathers, on a couple of bags. You find... I don't think what else you would find instantly that comes to mind.
I don't really have anything hidden.
No, not much.
It's just books.
But after about 10 minutes, you do notice a book. And the only reason you would get it, even on that roll this quickly, is the fact that there is a small gap visible between the pages. Like something has been placed in there.
Can I find out what it is?
And it's due to the wax seal. The wax seal, being a few millimeters deep, keeps the pages open just enough that as you open the book and pull them out, it would automatically open to that page. There is a letter in there with a wax seal. I don't know if you would deliberately break the wax seal. You have no idea what the contents of the note are.
Does it match the seal on his desk?
No, it's the Rook family seal.
It's a Rook family seal.
And you have the Rook family seal on your desk?
I imagine then
Probably.
Like the wax, like
couple.
yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, I mean,
like
there's-
everyone in the family who is part
Would
of the
have
family
one.
directly would.
And there would be like matching stationery and all this jazz in his room.
It's not
Yeah.
really matching stationery at this point. It's just papyrus, parchment. Like there's
Okay, so it's not like in an
matching
envelope. It's just like tri-folded and
Yeah.
sealed,
stuff. It'll be
stamped.
tri-folded. No,
Great.
probably
I
quad-folded.
replicate it,
Sure. Yeah. You.
and I put one with no knowledge or information on it, and I take the other one and I slot it between my boobies while
Sorry.
nobody's looking, and I take it with me
I kind of at this point, you've already admitted what's in there,
Yeah.
to you
and Declan.
and to partially to Declan.
No, he was there for the whole conversation.
Yeah, but I don't know what's on this, right?
No, you have no idea what's on there.
Yeah, I'm gonna assume whatever it is, it's important. I'm just gonna take it and read it later. Don't matter. I replicate it with a blank piece of paper
You do so.
and nothing else of interest.
No,
Cool.
unfortunately.
I was like, sorry, I don't.
I got
really-
money. Here's what's probably the poisons, the book, a purse full of coin.
A large amount of money.
The 1 gold and 200 silver. I've
Oh,
got.
okay. Yeah, no.
And a dagger, which you've seen me. I mean, it's just my defense weapon.
Yeah, your basic dagger. Okay, cool. The letter seems interesting. I keep that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you take all my poisons? Should I just wipe them?
Oh no, I leave the poisons. I have
Okay.
my own poisons.
Okay. I was like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
take
no,
the
no, I
poisons. I
don't.
didn't know if I should mark them.
Yeah, no. You just
I'm going to go slightly over the break here because we might need a character change during break, or we might not, depending on how this goes, and I want to find out in a minute. So, Iselin, you're called in to the room with Calith and Lord Tommen. Iselin, if Lyanna does not want to go to Dawn and get married, would you be willing to take her place, provided House Shay agree?
Well, get right to the big questions, Father.
Yes, it's the day for it.
Well, believe it or not, this is something that I've discussed before or thought about. Actually, this is something Hoster came to me about before he died. One of the last things we spoke about.
Someone's microphone is doing a very staticky.
I hear it too.
Who does not hear it?
We were all just muted, and we all just heard it, but it
Yeah, I
stopped
was muted too.
when Tracy muted her mic.
I was gonna say I'm muted now, and I heard it again.
I don't hear it anymore.
Gone now. All right.
Yeah, I heard it too. So, it's weird.
You and Hoster spoke about this. Yeah, what did you say?
Well, we didn't get to fully have the conversation, but I did think about it. And it's an option I'm willing to take. I'm willing to do this.
Thank you, Iselin.
I will do anything for this family. And if it means going to Dorne, I will absolutely do that.
Puts his hands on your shoulders. Thank you.
Is that what you're thinking right in this moment?
My preference would be to have the whole thing done with. But we have to keep up appearances. Keep our word.
I did not know things were complicated with Lavina and Lyanna.
What?
Neither did he.
Yep.
What?
Yeah, Caliph also raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? Lying his ass off.
Callus, make a deception roll. I have to ask for it.
I know. It's okay. One of these days I'll roll terribly.
You what?
Okay.
Not yet though.
Not today.
What?
What do we say to death? Not today.
Perhaps you should ask them about it then.
No more secrets. Good lord. Gods
Aislinn,
above.
tell me now. In full.
The whole threatening thing. Having
Threatening.
I didn't
Wait,
say anything
you
about
didn't know
that.
anything about
You didn't
that?
know anything
No,
about
I
it.
didn't.
No,
You
no,
don't
you
know
know,
that.
you know, Lyanna and Lavina are banging.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
that's what you know.
Okay.
I
Roll back.
was gonna try it. Okay. Sorry, metagame. I'm usually good with that.
This game's been really intense. I don't know who knows what anymore.
I
so-
know, really.
You know,
I know
notes,
everything,
man.
it's fine.
So many notes.
Yeah, you basically just know that. No, and do you know that she's
I
sleeping
actually-
with me? You just know she likes women. That's
I
all you
actually-
have to.
Yeah, you know what?
I thought I did say with Lavina.
You
No.
technically didn't.
You did not.
No, but she can put
Put two
that was the
together.
insight roll. It's putting two to two together because she spends a lot of time with Lavina, and that was what the
Because-
insight and cunning roll was for.
We did have a previous conversation about her not getting the riding that she wanted.
Yeah.
And I was like, with whom? And she wouldn't tell me. So now I kind of think that it would
From
be
the
Lavina.
cunning roll and the insight roll, you put that 2 and 2 together. That's what that roll was for.
Evelyn's pretty bright.
And it's not
Yeah.
been particularly well
Straight
concealed.
up.
It's just like a few points in it between all the tests until now. So
Get damn it. Okay. Yeah,
you don't know anything about the conversation last night, but you now know from what Declan has told you and what you've put together about past events. They all lock in. You understand what's happening, but no one's told
Okay.
you about it.
Sorry, guys. Forgive me. Scratch the
Yeah.
threatening thing. I would say the
Okay.
whole being together thing. They. I mean,
Being together.
maybe a bit more intimately.
Now she can't go to Dorn. Ithleen has to go. Lyanna cannot.
A good reason why Lavina should leave this house without a trial.
Because you can't prove it.
Father, I understand your position right now. I really do. You can't help their feelings, but we can keep it between us, just like the thing with Mother.
Which, in the
Just-
course of just a few months, has spread. From one snake, to Declan, to Calith.
Father, if I may.
Yes, Calith?
If it was just the one thing, then I'd look for a way to keep Lavina here. But Lavina now is slept with our sister, divulged the secret of your wife. Perhaps she's too much of a burden for the household to bear. Perhaps I was wrong.
I agree with my brother, but I don't think that she should be held trial to this. Perhaps we should just send her back.
No. She knows about our sister.
This
Much as I
could
hate,
harm.
as much as I hate it, she told several people in the space of a month when I explicitly asked her not to about Jenny.
Who else did she tell?
She told Calith. Several people admittedly. She snuck around the house before that and then told Calith when she promised me she wouldn't. If it were not for that, I could trust her to keep this to herself. Keep Lyanna's reputation intact.
I don't think we should make a big thing of this. We should simply let Lavina go and switch the marriages. This would be as bad for her as it would be for my sister.
It would not. There's not the same culture in Dawn.
Of course, but...
And she is a bastard. She has nothing to lose. Our eldest looks at Calith, daughter of the house. A lot of reputation to lose. And her marriage is something that we need diplomatically to tie us to other houses.
I suggest Lyanna marries the houses. What's the house to the south? Begins with an R.
Reimer.
Reimer. It would keep her close, and Athene can go to Dorne, live the life that she dreams of. It's clean.
What do you suggest?
I think it's you, or is it maybe it's?
It's got to be Tracy or E.
Yeah, it's got to be. It's Tracy or E.
Maybe it is me, but it's just weird because
Could just be the microphone.
I hear it myself, so I don't. That's weird. Okay.
We're all
During the break, I'll mess with it.
No, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Oh, it's you. You're Robody.
Me?
You were Robody for a moment there, yeah.
Wonder. I'll just power off the...
How's everybody doing?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you. You definitely sound different.
You sound
Yeah.
different.
Yeah,
Sound
that's,
like it's
I
coming through a
literally had
headset.
the phantom powered off and came through the different
Huh.
mic. So
Alright.
I don't know if that breaking up is me then.
You sound good now, though.
Calith, what do we do about Lavina?
She has knowledge of our family that could ruin our family, but if she goes back to Dorne and doesn't return, then it's really not a concern.
You trust
Promise you-
her and your leverage to keep her quiet.
I trust her enough. She's a snake. She comes from a country of snakes. How much can you trust one who has venom in its fangs? But they are good at killing pests. And if our houses merge, I do believe Lavina would do everything in her power to keep Athleen safe in Dorne, and her brother, Athleen's future husband, safe. But I do believe the best bet would be to send her back to Dorne with Athleen.
Persuasion convince.
Sure.
Athleen, would you like to add anything to this conversation? Or are you happy with what Calith has proposed? Because effectively, if you are going to propose something different, you'll have to decide as well.
No, I think that's...
Very well. Opens the door. Declan, you join us as well.
Party time. Let's go.
I'll point, but the door. Jorah,
Yes, sir?
watch the door.
He gestures over at a couple of the guards nearby, and 3 guards go sit outside the door.
I'll move in to random person's bedroom. Shut the door behind me.
Okay. You probably see like a number of grey robes lined up. There's some like
Mace.
little vials and stuff. Yes, Mason's room.
Yeah.
Incredibly boring. Declan, what do you know of Lavina and Lyanna?
What is there to say? It is messy. It is between them.
What do you think we should do with Lavina?
I believe Lavina, as much as she digs her own grave here, she's still an ally, one that has value. She definitely looks out for her family, putting herself before no one else. Selfless, as you might say. But I think that our reputation, Lord, Rook's reputation should not be sullied and should continue with the marriage to Dawn. Now, of the two to go, Lyanna and Ithleen. Ithleen, do you wish to go to Dawn?
A time must come when a girl must do its best for her family.
I did not ask of your duty. I asked if you wanted to go to Dawn. And if you find yourself capable of marrying a simple boy.
Yes, I am willing to do this.
From my understanding, even if he's simple, you can take as many others as you wish.
Regardless of what I think, Lyanna provides value to the house, but she is, Lord, she's still a brat.
Careful, Declan.
I understand, my lord. You've seen it firsthand.
I would agree.
There is a certain honesty that I wish all would carry themselves with, and to not be put in positions where I am forced to play a hand that I do not wish to play. But I still wish to serve this house. And I still wish to be of the most utility to you, Lord Tommen. I believe Lavina should live, but she should return to Dawn sooner before later. And if Ithleen wishes, and you see it best fit, she go as well. However, you must make a decision for Lyanna, because there are many things that I believe she is keeping as well. And this would have been easier if she would have been honest.
You believe there's more?
I do not know, but this is coming out now. What else does she have?
This is my fear.
And there, Lavina will look after Ithleen. But if Lyanna were to go, I believe it would be in Lavina's personal interest to see that she were protected. I do not think that they lie that they love each other. I don't understand it, but I think it is true.
For what it's worth, I don't believe Lavina's a bad person either. She's just Dornish.
Their methods are very different than those in the Riverlands.
That does not convince me that a marriage to that house is worth continuing with.
And what happens if we don't marry them, Father?
You're not saying I'm against it. I just said saying that all Dornish are like Lavina is not a convincing argument.
I agree.
And if you do not send Lyanna back to Dawn, what will she do then?
She'll marry House Reimer and stay in the Riverlands.
What if it were different? What if you sent Lyanna anyway to Dawn? And Ithleen...
That can't happen. You know that, Declan.
It's okay.
she would run away.
I think she still might, back to Dawn. If she loves her, I've seen many men do far worse
It'd be better
in the name of love.
It'd be better if she ran while she was just a civilian here than if she ran while she was promised heir to their house.
Declan, make a convince roll.
On this entire scene, what
On
are
your
you what are you going to
proposal.
do?
This is effectively your proposal. Which is
yeah,
Lyanna
okay.
Disco still.
All right. It's a 9. Can't really do a whole lot better.
I appreciate your input, Declan. But it would not do to have the impropriety come out. It would not do. Send Lyanna somewhere if she does not want to go.
I merely suggest because when Lyanna is happy, she causes no problems for others, my lord. Etheline is more capable of rolling with the punches, from what I have seen.
I know my sister, and she may be a little more fleety than myself, but I don't deny that she may have feelings for Lavina, but I don't think this was her one true love. I think she will feel heartbreak. She will move on. I think in the moment she will be upset, but I don't think she will run away.
Raging convince.
It might be me, because look, the yellow is highlighted on me on Zoom.
Yeah,
so.
mute yourself real quick, see what happens. Yeah.
Stopped.
Yeah.
Weird, because I also hear it, so maybe it's like in my, I don't know.
It
I'll
sounds
check
like interference.
It's like old phone feedback, if
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
recall
Yeah,
that.
it does. I mean, I also hear it, so that's weird. I'll check during the break.
Maybe someone upstairs is like a Nokia flip phone.
At this point, I think he just says, okay, fine. We'll propose this to Lavina. Hopefully she will accept, otherwise we will have to think of an alternate plan for dealing with the situation. Come with me. Opens the door, keeps you all out, dismisses the guards to the end of the hallway again, opens the door into...
As we go out, I'm going to nod to Caliph and let the Lord go out. I'll follow behind, and I'll kind of catch his arm and like whisper over to him. She's been alone in your office. And I'll let him go and shut the door behind me, following in.
Okay. Now off we go.
Into the room. I think at this point, I'm gonna need to say that we're gonna need a break. Because I don't anticipate this scene being faster than 5 minutes, and I really need to pee. So
Yeah, me too.
we're gonna go to a
Same.
break. We'll be back shortly with No One Can Keep a Secret, the game, apparently.
Not nobody. Almost.
Everybody but Caleb.
A girl
can't keep
keeps
secret.
many secrets. Thank you very much.
And a girl speaks them all at the same time.
Yep. We'll be back shortly. Enjoy some fan art in the 8-minute break, and we'll be back. Hello and welcome back to Nobody Can Keep a Secret Apart from Calith, the game. Right. Stuff happened in the first half, so let's continue on from there. Lord Tommen opens the door into Calith's room where Lavina is. Calith only on this one. To see if anything's out of place, make an awareness roll. Notice, again, I don't think you're going to get it, but this is your room.
7.
Hell no! This place looks immaculate.
Wow.
Lavina's just sitting there.
Big room.
I would probably be like sitting on his desk or something. I might have pushed some things to the side to get my hiney on it, and I'd be sipping one.
Yep.
Waiting very
Yeah.
patiently.
Okay. All the three of you enter the room. The door is closed. Lord Tommen leads. Lavina, certain facts have been brought to light. I wish to continue to have the agreement with your house. But Lyanna will not go to Dawn, nor she will marry your brother. Ithleen is willing to marry your brother in her place.
Very well, my lord.
You will go back tonight.
Very well.
You will
To
not
Dawn?
return, yes.
Just trying to understand.
You will not speak of Jenny. You will not get people to ask questions of Jenny. You will not happen to mention it in the presence of other people. You will not conspire to have the truth found out. Apparently I have to make this painfully clear. Neither will you mention anything to do with you, Lyanna.
I never wanted to conspire against Jenny. Simply to be honest within the family, my lord. I understand your decision.
What is the name of that maester?
Maester Raphael, he is stationed in King's Landing at the Citadel.
I believe Maester Galad was talking to him.
He should. He is a great maester, my lord.
Make a roll for him.
For Tommen?
Yep, something to do
Okay.
with Tommen. Ooh.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. Certain facts have come to light. Mr. Galad was looking into it. Having spoken to Maester Raphael, he ascertained that your neck wound could not have been inflicted where you said. Let's leave it at that. If anyone was
The
to
way
find
I
out-
said. I'm sorry, I'm just confused as to what you're referencing, E. We like shifted gears.
your statement, your claim that it was inflicted by a guard, or at least by someone with an.
When did I make that statement to him?
Not to him. You made it many, many years ago.
Yeah, okay. No, it's general knowledge. The general knowledge is that I was attacked.
Yes.
Okay, I got you. I'm just trying to understand. Okay. That was not my statement. That is what has been told by the maester to
Yep.
everyone.
And it will be in your statement like from 10 years ago or whatever when you got woken up. So you'll say I was attacked or whatever when they press you and then no more.
No, the
again.
statement would have come from the maester. She could not speak. For 3 years'
Okay.
time, Lavina was unable to speak. The maester made the statement. The medical record, if you would, states that she was attacked and they found her and somebody else was tried for
Okay.
that. Yeah.
I'll not look into this in more detail. Keep your mouth shut. Do not speak of what we have spoken here. I am once again going to extend my trust on this one to you. Pray I am not disappointed.
My lord, it will take me until the morrow to get my things together and to prep boat for leaving.
I'll make sure the boat is prepped. We'll send one of our war galleys to take you to Dawn.
Don't I have my own boat?
Probably not. Boats are expensive as hell. Especially
I
once you can travel that far.
mean, I guess it's. I mean, we have a naval fleet.
Yeah, but they wouldn't have just stationed one of their war galleys. You only get like half a dozen for a
Okay.
navy of your size.
All right, if we've been traveling on their boats, that's fine.
Yeah. Get your things together. Come nightfall, I expect you to be gone.
We set sail at night.
We set sail as soon as the ship is ready. You do.
As you wish, my lord.
Don't have anything else to add from my son's regent council?
Saying that this is the Regent Council in here?
He's implying it.
Yes, Lord. I have to admit that it's been me that has been supplying Jason with toys as weapons to stab Mr. Swyler. It is me. I'm sorry, I have to lighten the load. It's far too heavy in this room.
This is not the time, Declan.
He's not going to say anything.
For what it's worth, Lavina, it was a pleasure knowing you, and I hope your travels are safe and calm on the way back home.
I have no doubt they will be. Parting words, may I, my lord?
You may.
Will I be sailing with her,
No.
father?
You will sail when the marriage is to be conducted. No sooner.
Understood.
There has been enough teaching of the Dornish ways.
Apparently, they are good.
I thank you for bringing me to your house. I am sorry that we do not share many of the same visions for the future. But I do appreciate that you would like to continue this diplomatic trade for our houses. I do care for you, your family, your daughter. I do not know Jenny, but I'm sure she was a lovely woman. And I hope that Maester Raphael can help you. He is a good man. I do not wish you harm, no matter how much you have convinced yourself otherwise.
Is that it?
I would like to leave a gift for your daughter.
I think you've had quite enough to do with her already.
I understand. If you would like someone to escort me.
I can go with her.
Both of you make a persuasion convince roll. You've had quite enough to do with my daughter already. Leave a gift. I may take it to her.
Considering the fact it is Claudia, you may not want to deliver it yourself.
Leave Claudia in a basket.
Snake.
Of course, my lord, as you wish.
He opens the door, gestures to two guards. Jor and another guard you don't recognize come in. These guards will escort you round as you collect the last of your possessions before you leave on your voyage to dawn tonight. They'll make sure that you are protected and do not leave your side.
Thank you.
Jor's like,
Room
yes,
for the
Lord."
horse, too, right? The horse is coming back?
Yeah, there'll be room. It's a warship.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. Declan, It has been a pleasure knowing you. Men of your honor are few and far between.
He nods.
And Calith, it is not often I meet someone who is as wise and knowledgeable as I am. Someone who speaks the same language, I should say. You are an asset to your family. And sometimes the bastard has to make the hard choice. No?
Bastards who can make the hard choices.
Then cheers to us. And I'll slurp down the rest of my wine, finish the glass off. And Ethley, I will see you soon.
This is not goodbye.
This is not. And you could use a little sunshine. Thorn will suit you well.
If you allow it, Father, perhaps I can help Lavina pack her things.
Very well. If she needs additional help, I'm sure you can make sure that she is thorough.
I will do that.
Guards, escort the ladies to Lavina's room so that she may pack up swiftly. Make sure to guard them closely. I don't want anything to happen.
As they leave, I'll turn to Declan, head over, and perhaps for the first time in a decade, I want to have a second glass of wine. Would you like one? You can have the rest of the bottle. Say no more. And I just go over and pour myself a glass and then hand you the bottle.
Declan's just going to turn and walk. He's not going to say anything to anybody else.
Okay.
He's going to leave.
And so I drink alone.
Okay.
As bastards always do.
Gareth, what's your stamina?
No. What's stamina under? What would I look
Endurance, sorry.
for? What was it?
Endurance stamina.
Endurance.
Sorry, endurance resilience.
My endurance is a 2.
Roll me the endurance then.
Sure.
Just out of interest.
5. Dead
A little
average.
tipsy. Pretty tipsy.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Oh man, this is why I don't drink. I'm sickly, so I just get hungover like that.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Yeah, you're a little sickly child.
I just start vomiting an hour.
Tomorrow will be a hard day.
It's Lavina. You get to Lavina's room.
I'll pack the few things I have, which is very little. I wear my whip, so that's already on me. I wear my dagger, that's already on me. So really, it's just a few very sheer bits and bobs. But I pack slowly. Are they at the door, the guards?
For modesty's sake, they will be outside the door, but the door will be ajar because they need to hear what's going on in the room.
Sure. Ethley, I am hoping you agreed to the terms of coming to Dorne.
I did, yes. Father and Calith asked me if this was something I'd be willing to do. I'm sorry that... Yes, I did agree. You know I've always wanted to go to Dorne.
I have. It seems like it will be a much better fit for all.
I think so as well. I'm just sorry that it had to happen this way.
Do not apologize. Things happen as they should. Your father is doing what he believes is best for his family. I understand. I am, foreigner. And it is difficult to hear that your daughter is in love with the person that is supposed to be training her to be in love with somebody else, yes?
I did not know that you and my sister were that close.
Was it not obvious?
No, not to me at least. Not to my family. Then again, I didn't know about my brother till it was spelled out to me.
It's okay. Things are
smart.
in the north.
Smart, but not wise.
wisdom comes with time and experience. You cannot learn it in a book.
Do you wish to see her one more time before we leave?
Your father has requested otherwise.
I might be able to work a way around that.
Child, do you want to upset your father?
He doesn't have to know.
Yes, but he will. I would suggest that we honor his wishes, but I will ask you to do me a favor. Will you give her a letter from me?
Of course.
You can read it. I know you will. I have already written it. If there is one thing that I am good at, it is trusting my gut instinct. And after I was curt with your sister a few nights ago, I had a feeling that Lavina would not be long in the north. I have already written it. I walk over to, I guess, whatever desk or writing area is kept in most rooms, and I kind of slide the letter across. It's not sealed, but with a very lipstick kiss. And this is for her. So is Claudia.
I take the letter. I will slip it under my cloak.
I had plans to gift her the snake when she arrived in Dorne, as per our customs, but it does not seem that will be happening. So I will begin shopping for a new snake. One for you.
Yes. It's unfortunate that you won't be able to give it to her personally, but I will make sure that she does get Claudia.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you one more thing.
Of course.
Well, I say ask. And while we're at the desk and things are being packed and there are guards at the door, since we're standing there writing stuff, I simply begin scribing on a piece of paper, because obviously writing out loud is a bad idea. Okay. And Lavina writes, my gut instinct never fails me, as per tonight's events, period. I believe somebody in this house is the cause of your brother's death. I suggest you begin questioning the prisoners downstairs. They may have seen something.
I would nod as I read this.
And I simply finish with, I do love your family, regardless of what your father thinks. And I burn it.
Okay.
More importantly, your sister may tell you some harsh things that I said to her. They are true. It does not change the fact that I love her.
I believe that.
If you ever want to visit Dorne, I will be there. We have fun time, I promise. And you should visit once before you are sent for marriage.
I agree. I think my father said not until the marriage, but I think he will change his mind. In the moment, he is very frustrated, but it's time.
Fear for him, as I was very honest with earlier. I do believe Maester Raphael will help your mother, or at least try his best. But your father, he's a troubled man.
I do worry about him.
As do I. I had plans to speak with him at a different time, different place this evening, to ask him if there was a way I could lighten that burden, but I am afraid that it is not my place, and that it is a burden that is only his to bear.
Yes, there's only so much I can do, any of his children can do. Ultimately, he needs to help himself.
Men are not good at doing this. They will blame all around them before they realize it is their own fault.
I've noticed that.
And you will notice it more. See, I told you wisdom is learned, and not by a book.
You've
Child,
taught me a lot, Lavina.
oh, this is somewhat flattering and also scary thought.
I
I will miss it here. Kind of.
will miss having a little bit of Dorn here as well.
Well, trust me, Mr. Raphael is not Dornish. He does carry a long history with the Dornish people, and specifically the Sheikh family. He was my teacher. 3 years I could not speak. He likes to talk.
I look forward to meeting him then.
He is very special, that is for sure. This is why he is now a maester at the Citadel. Well, I guess I should move along.
I'm glad I got to spend a little time with you before you go. But perhaps we will be seeing each other again.
Perhaps. And I take her hands. Question.
Mhm.
Somebody that trains with a weapon that is not used to it usually has blisters and wear.
Mhm.
Can I tell any of that? The calluses are beginning to build on her hands and things?
Make an awareness check.
Awareness notice? Or just awareness?
On the basis of this is more like what you can derive from it as well. I'd think it would be
Sure.
more. Actually, no, it's not awareness because you're looking at a thing. It's not like you're going to miss a thing if it's there. Make a cunning roll. Cunning is more
Oh.
the ability to connect things.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this won't be as good then. Yeah, no, never mind.
No, you don't
Okay,
find anything. that you
I
can
grab
do.
her hands and I take them in mine. Stay strong, child. There are many secrets afoot here. And unfortunately, the North does not like the truth.
I'm beginning to notice that day by day. More and more things that I learn. But I will stay strong.
Good.
This girl has many things to do.
Yes. Yes, well, I guess so do I. I'm gonna go back to drinking Dornish wine. And you know what? I don't need any of this. And I begin throwing all of the like brightly colored sheer things. I get more
Well-
when I get to Dorn. So
If you don't need them,
yes, you can have them.
Lyanna has plenty of them, so I'd be happy to take them off of your hands.
And
As I start grabbing and
yeah. All of it's like yeah, they're very brightly colored, lots of kind of teals and peacock colors, these kind of rich jewel tones. Very, very, very sheer. But there they are. She says, well, I guess that means all I have is what I can carry on my body. And Claudia, will you give something to your sister for me?
of course.
Beyond the leather.
Yes.
She leans in and plants a kiss on your cheek.
Well, I don't know if I'll be delivering that to my sister, but I will let her know how you still feel.
I would appreciate it. I'm afraid she will take it very, very poorly.
I think she will feel heartbreak, but time heals everything.
That is a lie, my child. Time only heals some wounds. There's more wisdom for you before I go. And I like kind of boop you on the, like the chin very gently.
Mm-hmm.
Now. And I reach for Claudia. Oh, and I plant a party kiss on my snake.
Oh.
You got the snake toy. Get the snake toy out.
Oh, wait, I have it. I do have it. Where is it? It's here on my desk. Oh, look.
Oh.
And I set her, I guess there's probably a basket around, like put her in a basket. And I close it. Maybe you could deliver this with letter.
I, like you said, don't know about Father. He made it very clear to deliver it later.
Then do me a favor. The letter.
Yes,
It is only for her.
of course.
The snake can be delivered by any old, And I kind of gesture to the soldiers outside the room.
Be seeing you, Lavina. And I will exit.
I say, I guess, parting kind of that moment to like look around the room, to like take in. I grabbed the entire jug of wine for the road.
Declan, do you go anywhere specific for the next couple of hours?
I will go train the men, heartily so, likely attempting to exhaust myself.
Perfect. I thought you'd do 2 hours.
Jack shit. Caliph just stays in his study, drinks, reads. He doesn't need any more drama.
I'm not sure. Go ahead.
Declan did say she was alone. He would go through the room really quickly, but he wouldn't take the effort to like take the paper and open it. If he sees the paper there, he'd leave it and just put the book back.
Sure. Making a notice roll on the basis
He's
of
also drunk, so like I doubt he would even notice.
Make a notice roll at -1 dice, then.
Yeah, I'll do that. That's fine. Awareness notice, I'm assuming.
No, it's just awareness. Sorry. Won't be a notice because it's more like, can you notice the differences in things, which is not quite notice. Notice is just to spot something.
Is it flat -1 or -1 bonus dice? What one is
-1 full dice because you're drunk.
Okay, so just the flat modifier.
It's up to you whether you're drunk or not, because I would say you were tipsy on the second glass of wine, but if you want to be drunk,
enough
that's
where
acceptable.
he's tired at this point. On top of everything.
Okay,
else.
call it -1 bonus dice then.
Okay. A whopping 9, baby.
No, still looks good enough.
That's fine. And he would just kind of clap everything back and then just go to reading. I mean, if Tommen was not lying about the Regency Council, he'd probably start half-assedly like start planning that nonsense and what lessons need to be taught, that kind of thing.
So, 2 hours later, Lavina, you are led down to the docks. Does anyone go to the docks to see her off? Like, you've already been told that you've had your last words with her, but if anyone wants to go down to the docks, no one's really going to stop you.
Caliph was close. He would.
Okay.
It would be short words. It wouldn't be like this long thing, but he would see her off.
Yeah, I would go. I probably wouldn't say much, but I would at least watch, her go off, her sail off.
Agreed.
Okay. Lavina, make an awareness notice check. You see a figure on the top of the cliff watching you leave.
No, is it male, female?
Probably female, circa 20 years of age.
So I'm guessing it's Lyanna?
Hard to tell from the distance, but quite possibly.
Okay.
As you go down to the docks, there is a small honor guard of troops waiting there. Boat is well stocked, rapidly so. And Caliph, Declan, and Ithleen are there to see you off.
House Rook will be notably quieter without you, Lavina.
Well, having a Lavina around sure does, I guess, keep things interesting. Let's hope that Declan can pick up on the jokes in my stead.
I wouldn't put much. I wouldn't bet on it.
I would. He's funny, man. When you get to know him. Right, Declan?
We never got to go fishing.
Well, the fishing here sucks, so you have to come to Dorne to do this. And we never got to visit that brothel.
You
So
missed
you're
quite
going-
an experience.
Oh, Declan. I make my own experiences. But that being said, you have to do it twice next time for Lavina, yeah? If you
Agreed.
got the stamina.
I'm a bit of a workhorse.
Yes. Well, no need to stand on goodbyes. Just simply going back home, right?
You'll be seeing at least some of us again anyway.
I've no doubt.
At the
And-
wedding.
Yes. Well, a Dornish wedding is quite a sight to behold. And Calith, you could use a little sun.
I fear it would kill me.
You'd be surprised. It is good for the soul. And when the soul thrives, so does the body.
He smiles.
Until next time. Oh, and Calith, you will like Master Raphael. He holds good conversation. You will learn much from him.
I'm eager to meet him. If he's half as entertaining as you, I'm sure we'll get along.
Oh, he's twice as entertaining and has a lot less hair.
It's a shame. It's what I found so appealing about you.
So, that's what you found appealing about me. Mhm.
Her hair,
You
man?
also have a nice ass.
I know, I work hard on it. It's all that Dornish wine and lounging I do.
A lot of
I
people
imagine
don't
it
know
was
that, as I
all of-
understand.
I imagine it was all of the naked riding on horses.
I
Sure,
look at Nicklin.
naked riding. Sure. It sure does keep it in check.
Take care of yourself, Lavina.
I will, Declan. You do the same. I will walk up and just kind of plant a very platonic kiss on Declan's cheek. Don't let them wear you down. The North.
When they do, I will not remain.
Nobody remains forever, but you have a good heart, friend.
That is to be determined.
By who?
Well, the one above or below.
Oh, it's a long trip back to Dorne. I guess I should go. Oh, and I guess I'm standing next to Declan, lean close, I say, remember our last conversation before the fishing? Not that conversation, E. So, prior to fish,
We have had many conversations.
after our breakfast,
Yes.
and I kind of make eyes at you as the one we were trying to piece the murder together. I realize we may have been looking in all the wrong places. Take that for what you will.
All right.
Seven thoughts. She kind of, again, she leans in and she says, check the prison.
Slight nod.
Until I see you all again.
We'll give her a last hug. Goodbye.
And give your father, Lord Tommen, my best wishes.
Of course.
I'm afraid he wouldn't take it from anyone but Declan, but
Oh.
thank you. And I must go before they kick me out. Oh, wait, that is exactly what they're doing. I take my jug and my cup, which belongs to the house. They're coming with me. My travel cup. And I walk on board that ship.
Goodbye. Hi, Lavina.
When she hits the ship, I will turn. I will not escort anybody anywhere. I'll just go back.
Okay. Several things. Firstly, Ifleen, Declan, Calith, roll insight checks, insight empathy.
8.
16.
10.
Everyone but Declan. You notice that many of the guards nearby who were overhearing your conversation all heard the "I'm being kicked out," and they were like, "Wait, what?" There's a little bit of like just under their breath chattering between them, and you suspect that.
I wink at them on my way on board the
Disgusting.
ship.
Yeah.
How many guards are there?
It wasn't a quiet conversation. Probably 8.
How many men does Bernard need when he arrives?
As many as he can take.
So 8.
So 8 of them.
Yeah. There's probably like 12 to 16 guards down there, but 8 of them who seem to have caught that.
Man. I'm sorry to hear you're being kicked out. All right, goodbye.
Yeah, bye. But things get worse.
Also, Declan, Jor is desperately trying to get your attention. Kind of like antsy on his feet.
Sure, I'll entertain whatever he's got to say.
Also, make an awareness notice check, Declan.
Oh boy. Okay. 16 with 2 6s.
Okay. At the other end of the port area, you see a woman sitting on the edge of the dock, looking over in your direction. Who you recognize?
Do I recognize her from the weirwood?
As you look at her, she catches your eye, gives you a nod.
I'll see what Jorah immediately needs before I entertain.
I didn't know to come to, so I came to you. Can we talk somewhere in private?
Sure, I'll pull him into someplace that I feel is primarily protected and tell him to keep his voice down.
Like sheltered around one of the corners of the cliff, probably. I was guarding Ifleen and Lavina earlier, like the Lord said. And I didn't mean to, but they had a conversation. I couldn't help but overhear it.
And
About Lavina and Lyanna having feelings. And, well, all kinds of sordid suggestions.
did anyone else hear?
The other lad on duty with me.
Do I know who that was?
Yes, you would know his name is... Let me check the name list, see if I can put an unfortunate Patreon in this role. Soon to be axed. Yeah, he was called Phil. Nicknamed Jittery Phil.
Jittery Phil. Seems trustworthy.
I'm so great. I'm so glad Jittery Phil heard everything.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Best friend, Jittery Phil.
He probably fell off the wall at one point, and ever since he's had a bit of a nervous condition.
Can he fall a second time?
I'll tell Jorah to fetch him and meet me at the dock.
He just runs over to one of the other guards who's at the dock at the moment, pulls him over, and brings him back to you. All right, my lord. Hi. Declan, I'm Can I help?
Jittery Phil.
Classic
name.
Jittery Phil.
You heard things in front of Ifleen. No, Lavina's room.
Make a status reputation roll. I may have.
17. No, you didn't.
Of course not. Of course not, sir. Nothing. Nothing, sir.
And Phil, I say this because if you did hear something, and it were to get out, well, they would change your name from Jittery Phil to Dead Phil. I just want to be clear. Am I understood?
Persuasion, intimidation.
Seven.
Okay. Of course, sir. I wouldn't say anything else for Rooks in my life, sir.
And if it comes out at all, I know that Jorah wouldn't be saying anything. Isn't that right, Jorah?
Of course not. No, wouldn't say anything, sir.
So if it does get out, well, I know that you have been a bit more jittery and let it loose. Don't do that.
That's not, sir. No, I wouldn't say I would, sir. You know, cross my heart and hope the seven, find me worthy in the afterlife.
Go on.
Right, sir.
I'll look to Jorah after he walks off. You won't be saying anything either.
Of course not, sir. You gave me a second chance.
Make sure that he doesn't say anything either. Become close friends with Phil. And if there is someone else that knows, you'll tell me immediately. Even if you told your family, which I don't believe you've had the time to.
I've been guiding them until Lavina left, sir. Haven't had time. Come straight to you.
I'll look to him and put both of my hands on his shoulders, in a very non-threatening manner. There are some things that must go unsaid for the safety and the benefit of those around you. And this rumor, this would be a terrible thing. It would cause much harm on House Rook. And because of House Rook, I was able to offer you a second chance. Another lord would not have given me the opportunity to do that.
Make a persuasion roll. Charm or convince, whichever you think is preferable.
11. That's the best I can do. Short of rolling 2 6s.
I know, sir. I know what needs to be done, sir.
Go on, boy.
He leaves.
And I will see to Mage.
You look, she's not there anymore. You did say she'd be around.
I was curious, was Tommen around at all during the goodbyes or anything of that nature?
No.
Okay.
He was there for when he said say your goodbyes earlier in the castle. Kind of evident in that he didn't intend to say goodbye at the port. Etheline, you would have opened the letter from Lavina to Lyanna and read it? Okay.
Yes.
Lavina, what does that letter say?
Okay, so I'm about to message you.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't planning on revealing it yet, but sure. You pop it open, there's another letter wrapped up inside. Second one that is actually sealed. You can choose to do with that one what you want. The external paper that is unsealed, that was wrapped around it, simply reads, Dear Lyanna, it says, Dear Lyanna, I am sorry things have ended this way. My time with you has been an important piece of my life. I love you. I hope that you will forgive me. My words are harsh, though my feelings are not. I gift you, Claudia, the only other love of my life. She will protect you, and she will keep you safe when I cannot. I hope you find the love that you deserve. Your dearest, Lavina. The second one does not read the same.
Do you open the second one? It is sealed. You can always try and reseal it, but
She did say I could read them. I
did?
will read.
okay,
I will
you
go
break the seal.
this
What is the
one.
seal on it? Is it the Shay seal?
Probably not for safety's sake. It would probably be the house seal. I would have the seal here would have been. Yes, it would have been their house seal. It would have been Rook,
Okay.
because that's probably what I would have had on hand. So,
Question: would you have had the seal on hand? Because you wouldn't have one unless you'd nicked one.
I guess it wouldn't have been stocked at all the desk, would it? Yeah, no. Then I probably just would have simply used. Ooh, even better. It would have been wax, but I would have used my thumb. It would have been a thumbprint. Sealed in pain, baby. Love and pain.
Oh God. Okay. Ow.
This one, do you pop it? The seal?
Yes, I will. I will
All
open
right.
it.
I was gonna type this one out, but I have to think about this one a little bit. This one probably reads, "My dearest Lyanna, you hold the truest secret of my life. I meant what I said, that I love you. The times we have shared are important, not only for me, but your family. It is my deepest dream to run away with you, to have a life outside of expectation and names. But this can never be so. Remember those times in dark rooms by candlelight when our bodies simply became one. This is ours. Nobody else's. They cannot take that from you or me, no matter how far they send me away or if they hang me by noose. Remember who you are, Lyanna. And no matter who they choose to marry you off to, they cannot take the truth of what is in your heart. I love you. Forever and always. That one I do not sign.
Okay. Cool.
Itleen, in that moment, will just she essentially what she would have done is after her private conversation with Lavina, she would have went back to her room and opened it immediately and would have read it. She very much had a notion that this was just a fling, but after reading that, she takes a moment and thinks that that was something real. She kind of tears up for a moment, cries a little bit, and she'll hide that one away somewhere very, very, very hard to find in her room. And she will take the top letter and just keep it in her cloak.
Okay. So the affectionate letter you're going to put in your cloak. The deeply seductive, like, romantic letter you're going to hide.
Yes.
Okay. Are you going to try and reseal it, or are you just going to try and, like, leave it as is? For now, you can always do it later.
I will keep it as it is. It's going to be hard to reseal that.
Yes. If you get it wrong, you might just burn the letter. So, sure. Anyone want to do anything that night? Good. Declan. The next day, you are called by some of the guards to a dead body being found in the town.
What do I see?
Very badly beaten body. It looks like they have been beaten to death. Bruising, hemorrhaging, completely broken nose, absolutely shattered. Like one side of their face is crushed in, like they've been beaten repeatedly. Make a quick medicine roll.
Okay. That's just healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got a 15.
Looks like they were beaten repeatedly, partly with fists and feet, but also it looks like someone swung a metal object on a long haft repeatedly into them. Not a sharp edge, but a blunt side.
Who am I looking at?
Around you right now?
Yeah, who's around me right now?
Probably 3 of your house guard. None of them you would instantly know by name. The one in front of you, though, is definitely Jittery Phil.
I will tell the guard to escort the body to the maester to determine anything that he can, really. Anything that he can tell me about it. But immediately after that, I'm gonna go to Jorah.
Okay. You find Jorah a little bit puffy around the eyes, like he hasn't had much sleep. On guard duty in one of the towers, probably today. Looking over the port, surveying the sea, seagulls fly past. Declan, I was thinking about what you said. I did what was best for the house.
What did you do?
I made sure Phil didn't tell anyone.
Jorah, he's dead.
I know.
Have you killed anyone before?
No particularly good bandit.
Does he look scared, concerned, worried? What is
Suppressed
what does his
emotion.
face read?
Make an insight roll if you want more information.
Sure.
Empathy if you have it. He looks like he's weathering it. You're 3.
Is there a place to sit at all?
Yeah, there's probably a small area of like flat bench.
Can I see his weapon?
Yeah. Make an awareness notice check.
Mm-hmm. I'll destiny point this.
Okay, +2 bonus dice.
25. Oh my god, 25. 3 sixes.
You see caked blood on the flat edge of his 2-handed axe. And there's a little bit of hair there as well. It's cleaned, but there's enough that you can spot it. You know what you're looking for.
Are there any like linen or anything that I might be able to like tear away from around here?
There's probably like a small like pouch of stuff kept under one of the benches just for like treating wounds and stuff. So,
Okay.
Sure.
I'll take whatever is beneath the bench, just a little bit, and dip it into whatever kind of anything. Imagine there's some kind of pot or slick around that contains moisture, water, anything.
Yeah, there's probably like a bowl of water they have to drink from.
Yeah. I'll douse the linen and take his weapon, and I'll start cleaning it.
He flinches at you when you approach and then realizes what you're doing. Sorry, I thought I cleaned that.
You'll always remember your first. And you can never forget why you did it. I wished you would have told me.
You had other things on your mind. Iron's Bane. I wanted to serve the house.
Did you do it alone?
I didn't want to involve anyone else.
Did you intentionally not use the sharp end of your axe?
I didn't want to make a mess. Didn't think it would be still as messy. I didn't want to make it look like you either.
They would have known immediately if it was me. I'm going to clap him on the shoulder, and I'm going to point to specific parts of the long axe, like looking down.
Mm-hmm.
You see this? This is where you'll find the most trappings. Hair, caked blood. You clean these parts first. I know what you did was for the house. But this stays between us.
Of course.
You're a good boy, Jorah. You're a good soldier.
Chest rises a bit.
Make sure you keep your weapon clean. And continue your watch. Never falter.
Of course, I understand. Looks nice.
I'll leave his weapon to him, and I'll walk away from the situation.
Okay. FYI, I rolled his insight check. He got a 17 to insight Jittery Phil. Jar is useful, apparently.
R.I.P. Jittery Phil.
Yup. Right. In which case, does anyone want to do anything immediately?
Till the next
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah, I want to go see. I want to see the Lord, Tommen. I've got a little bit of grief that I'd like to vent.
Okay. Sure. You go find Tommen.
R.I.P. Declan.
R.I.P. Tommen.
That's true, actually.
What's he doing? Where's he at?
He's probably actually with Calith, discussing plans for Regent Council to aid in running the estate,
Sure.
while such an uproar, such upheaval is happening with the death of Hosta, to aid him with their advice. It's a small council type deal, basically.
Yeah, small man.
Okay. I'll greet them both and ask for an audience alone.
Calith, you can leave us.
I head out.
If there are any guards, I will ask them to leave as well.
They do so.
And I am not going to be hostile, but I'm definitely going to speak my piece. Lord, yesterday, I spoke in an effort to rouse a different mood in a room filled with much and many heavy words. And I understand your grief. I recognize your frustrations. Why do you treat me such?
I spoke poorly. Of my apologies, Declan. Just found out way too many things, too short a time. Entire house was in jeopardy, let alone marriage to Dawn. Do not deserve that level of treatment, considering the good service you've done to this house.
I continue to offer my aid. I do as you ask, because I believe that you are of good moral standing, and I want to believe that you have raised your children as such. When I speak to you, Lord, it is with the utmost respect. And I understand how you feel when I discussed Lyanna as a bit unappreciative, when I referred to her as a brat. I speak to you as an equal, though I know that we will never be, because I know that you've treated me as an equal. I will not offer words, I will not tell you how to raise your own children as I've never had my own. I will not tell you how to love as I've never loved. But I will not be spoken to as if I am some dog. I am here to offer my services and my respect as such, and I only wish to be treated as the same. I'm not here to flippantly offer you some sort of ultimatum or tell you that I will leave. I find my time here to be quite enjoyable. And I continue to offer my assistance.
Thank you, Declan. You're right. Speaking so much with Lavina, my mood was sour. Sorry that I took that out on you. You've only ever done what's good for this house, and more importantly, you've always been an upstanding and honorable person, and I appreciate that. You and Calith, both in your own way, do so much for this house. But with Calith, I know I always worry there's a line that he has no qualms with crossing. With you, I know there is a line. I know you have the same principles, that you are an honorable man. You would not have someone... If Lavina had not agreed, if she'd been more of a problem, I would have not had her killed for what she knew. I would not countenance such a thing, but I know others would. That's what I appreciate about you, Declan. Not just that you protect this house, but you do so with integrity.
Lord Tommen, your children have many secrets. They are not my secrets to tell. I only wish to protect you and yours, so long as you continue to treat me an equal. But I do feel as if I cannot protect them if I am not told or informed of the things that I feel I should be informed or told. I understand why you didn't tell me about Jenny. I must admit, though, I was very upset to find out. And even I, a little hurt. Jenny was still important to me as well, and remains as such. But I respect what it is that you've done, and I know that you've done it for a reason, for this house, for your children. I will retain the secret of Lyanna and Lavina. I will inform you that a few of the guards may have heard more than enough. The guards were found dead today. And the hamlet was battered and beaten. I spoke to him yesterday. Jorah as well. You remember the boy?
Yes, your project. As done it, he's been taken under your wing.
Jorah is proving to be quite capable, and I believe it was a good decision to elect him to fulfill a role for House Rook. The problem is, two of the guards heard, or at least overheard, yesterday at Lavina's room that she had relations with Lyanna. Let me finish, Lord. One of them was Jorah. The other, another boy, maybe 17, 18 years old. His name was Phil. He was found dead. Jorah told me immediately that they had overheard, specifically both of them. Jorah will retain the secret, but he thought that Phil may not, and he took it upon himself to selectively end that threat on House Rook.
He murdered of our guards.
And at the same time, he ended a threat against House Rook. Because Lavina, even until the very end, couldn't keep her mouth shut.
We do not want anyone murdering anyone else on the behalf of this house.
Neither do I. And I will see to it that the boy's family is compensated. Even if it comes out of my personal coffers. And I will do better to train Jorah. He merely thought he was doing the best for the house. He's never killed someone before. I wanted to speak to you specifically to ask for forgiveness. Because of my teachings, he thought this was best. And I have failed him.
You're gonna need to make a persuasion convince roll.
Sure. I will use my last point for the day.
Okay, plus 2 bonus dice.
$13.
You wish to do anything to that number?
Actually, it's a new day. I can pious lucky.
You can.
Yeah. Persuasion. Whoops. Hold on. Messed up. Persuasion. There we go. 13 again.
Do you wish to do
Damn
anything
you!
to that number?
Nope. I've said my piece. I've
Okay.
said everything that I could in attempts to make amends here.
Do not to go down this slope at advocating that people can kill innocents, protect this house.
I understand, Lord. What will you have me do?
To think on this. He cannot be allowed to learn that he can murder people at will.
Do you wish him to be punished?
Law of the land demands such.
Punish me. He knows no better. Strip me of my title. Lash me, so that he may see that there are consequences for his actions.
I will not treat you as some dog. Kick you because the master has done something wrong.
Very well, then I await your command. I'll be retiring to my quarters for the day. I've instructed the men to train as such.
Hope you understand my position, Declan.
I do. I'm afraid that he does not. for he has not been taught otherwise.
Make me one more persuasion roll.
I've got nothing for this. This is going to even be worse than before.
Probably.
6.
Okay. Retire to your quarters. Isleen, did you want to do something?
First thing in the morning, I'm going to go to my sister.
Okay.
She's dead.
Okay.
Fun.
You go to Lyanna. She's in her room. She looks sad, but she's keeping it together as far as you can tell about an insight roll.
Okay. I will bring the. I'll bring both letters, but just so you know.
Okay.
Sister, I take it you've heard everything that's happened overnight. Has
So I
Father
believe.
come to you?
I was told.
I'm sorry that it had to turn out this way. Are you doing all right?
I'm doing okay. Oh, I loved her. I think I still do, but when she threatened to kill me, I was scared.
She threatened to kill you.
She told me some stuff and said that if I told anyone, that she would kill me. And
Are you sure? She was serious about this. Did she?
she looked me dead in the eye and said it. She still loves me, though, and I still love her.
Does Father know about this? Did he?
I don't think so.
He is. I have not seen him this distraught in many, many years.
I can't be with someone who can look me in the eye and threaten my death. Can I?
I think you're right. I think what's happening now is for the best. I know that you cared about her. Well, I didn't know till last night. I have something for you.
Did you bring the snake as well?
I did not.
Did Tom say he was delivering that?
Yeah, I think he kind
Okay.
of made it clear.
If he was delivering it, then if you didn't take it upon yourself, it would be delivered.
Yeah.
You see there's a little basket in the corner with a snake coiled up in it.
I don't want to conflict your feelings anymore, but I spoke with Lavina a bit before she left, and she left me with this for you.
Which letter do you present her with?
I will present her with the heartfelt, very heartfelt one.
Okay. Okay.
Sister, I myself have not experienced true love, but I think Lavina truly did care about you.
He opens the letter. You didn't fix the seal or anything.
No.
He reads it. Starts to tear up.
I grab her shoulder, hold her shoulder, and I'm here for you through this. I know heartbreak is not easy.
Yeah. Thank you. This makes it easier.
I'm glad it does. I don't know what exactly. I don't want to know the details of why she threatened you. Just don't.
Fine.
She's gone. She's gone now. Just.
Would you do me a favor?
Of course. What is it?
Maybe we should spend some time together today.
Of course.
There's a baker's in town that makes some really nice buns. And you could pick up some wine while you're there.
Yes. That sounds like a great way to spend today. Lots of food and drink. I've heard that helps a lot when you're sad.
Thank you, Fleen. You're the best little sister I could ask for. She hugs you.
I hug her back. Now, keep that letter somewhere safe.
Puts it in her dress. Right, in which case, we'll quickly switch to Declan. Fleen, you're going to go do all the things and then hang out with her?
Yes.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Declan. You're doing a vision quest. Do you normally
Certainly will.
spend a destiny point for that, or do you just roll something?
That's only recently that I've been doing the Destiny point. Like, that was last session, I believe, but most of the time I've just been waiting to get full on exhausted, staring at the fire, and then it's just been will.
Okay. Roll me a will roll.
You got it. 17.
You see a vision of a woman running down a pier, talking to someone, haggling, bartering, and then getting on a ship.
Do I recognize the woman at all?
On that roll, you're not certain. But young woman, an adult.
Haggling and bartering and then getting on a ship.
Yeah. There's definitely a brief, hurried conversation, an exchange of what appears to be coin, and then she hurries onto a ship. Like, this is all a brisk, like, trot.
And it's a young woman.
Mhm.
I'm assuming in her 20s.
You get the impression that this is impending.
Nothing else is awry in this situation. Nothing seems like nobody's stalking her from the side or anything like that.
Nope.
Does this resemble the pier that Lavina walked down?
Quite possibly, yes.
Okay.
There is a large
pretty good
cliff in the
idea.
background.
Got a pretty good idea of what this is. And who am I to stop love?
Okay. Fleen, you get back. Buns and wine. There is a letter on the bed.
On my bed?
On Lyanna's bed.
On Lyanna's bed.
Thank you for everything. I've gone to be with the one I love.
This is addressed to Lyanna.
It's from Lyanna. Signed at the bottom.
Yeah. I thought she was going with me to get the buns. I went to get the buns solo. And I thought she wanted to spend the day with me.
That's what she said.
Come on, damn it. I should.
What do you do, Ithleen? You've only been gone about half an hour or so.
Oh, God. Who said that she was going to run away? Declan, you were right. Okay. What do I do? I will try to. I don't want to. I'll try to find Calith or Declan. Actually,
you find Calith first. Declan is secluded, watching the flames. Calith, Ithleen runs into you in a hurry.
Calith, I need. This is urgent.
Of course it is.
Lyanna, I think she's run away. I show him the letter. We were supposed to spend the day together.
Well,
she said she wanted to spend time with me. I went to go get wine and buns, and I came back and this was here.
well, she's not betrothed to the Dornish anymore, so that's at least something. I'm gonna have to speak with Father.
Should we? I guess we have to.
You do know that was only half an hour ago, so...
I take the letter and before we leave, I hover it over a candle and I burn that fucking thing.
Okay, burns.
No way. That thing says I need to go be with the one I love. No, no way. Bye-bye.
What do
And I go, we need to see Father.
you should know that this is probably my fault.
What do you mean?
Lavina gave me a letter. A love letter. A final goodbye to Lyanna, and I gave it to her. I didn't think that she would do this.
I slap Ithleen.
Wow.
It's super weak. I'm a frail, sickly man, but
For the demonstration, let's have a fighting roll from Calith.
oh boy, fighting, my number one skill.
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Yeah, straight up, you probably hurt your hand more by bending the fingers backwards more than Ithleen gets hurt.
But I understand the sentiment to that. Stuff.
Yeah.
I know. Look, I cared about Lavina as well, and I thought it was the right thing to show this to her. I didn't think she would be this stupid to run off.
You didn't think she would be this stupid. She's a young girl, Ithleen. What did you think was going to happen? She'd say, thank you for this love letter, now I feel complete? She's going to go chase after her. She already has.
God. Gods.
family.
All right.
Is cursed. I thought it was a curse of sexual deviancy. Instead, it's just stupidity. And with that, Calith will step away and find Dad.
Okay. Is anyone going to do anything with immediate effect?
Dad! what the fuck am I gonna do? I can't chase after her. I'm gonna limp after her ass.
I love how everybody's like, Lavina, it was a goodbye letter. Like,
I know. Look, I
was supposed to be like, I'm out of
you.
here.
I'm totally with you. It was supposed to just be a goodbye letter.
Okay.
The first one was the first letter.
The first letter was a goodbye letter. The second letter
was way more.
The second one was more personal, but she didn't tell her to chase her, and she said was to remember what we had because it was personal, and nobody.
And on top of that,
I saw in chat someone said, "Oh, she's gonna. Is your plan to run after you?" And you said yes. I saw.
We've also established Lyanna's a brat. She doesn't get what she wants.
True.
She freaks out.
she was also threatened by Lavina and was very frightened by that. Why would she chase after her after being, she's conflicted
Hi,
and
have
torn?
you ever met abusive relationships?
That's true, but she literally came to me and was like, I don't know if I should be with the person who
And I
threatened
just
me.
want to put this out there too. She misinterpreted. The goal of the threat was to get her to stop loving me, and that clearly did not work.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, Lyanna, how old is she?
20.
She's older than me.
She's 20?
Yeah.
She's my age.
Ithlene, Calith,
She doesn't need to be a bastard.
are you doing anything than going straight to the Lord? Ithlene, what are you doing?
No, I'm trying to like.
Just realized Lyanna's basically Veruca from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. But I want it now.
She's actually one of the mean girls, but yes. Are you doing anything other than going to the Lord?
I mean, what else can I do, really? I'm trying to. There's no like plot to get her back. At this point, she's gone, or she's mostly gone. We could send ships after her, which maybe Tommen will do. Man.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just go to him.
Fine. You go to the Lord. Time's sake and expediency. Guards are mobilized. They go down to the dockyard. They stop all the ships. But at that time, it is too late.
Yeah.
A ship has already been sent.
How long? Okay, going to get buns and wine does not take that long. Also,
When you walk into town and you're in a keep, and then you have to go into the hamlet outside the city gates, it's probably like 2 hours.
At least half an hour. That's why I said it's been half an hour.
Okay, half hour there.
Yeah.
Either way.
Lavina.
That's fine. There's a stowaway.
2 days later, a ship catches up to the war galley. Eventually, it is brought alongside, and a passenger climbs over. Lyanna climbs on board.
You know I'm gonna have to send her back, right, E?
Ooh, I hope she just kicks her ass over. Just poof, right into the ocean.
There's an ending to a love story for you.
Oh, I
my
lied! Poof, just right off.
I'm drunk, because you know that's the only way to sail in Game of Thrones, is wasted as shit. And
The hell else are you gonna do on the open seas?
oh yeah, what else are you gonna do?
All the
I'm
sailors
probably-
knowing Lavina.
Yeah, the moment I see her,
Yep.
the first thing I say is, "What are you doing here?"
I got your letter.
A goodbye letter, not a come to me letter. Lyanna, you have to go home.
Yeah, broken up with.
She looks surprised.
Okay, I look at all the guards. I'm wasted. I am weaponless. Okay, I walk over and I pick her up. Would you mind if we had a chat at the bow of the ship?
Okay. Yep.
Child, pick yourself up. No woman deserves to cry in front of men.
I got your letter and saying you wish.
Child, stop speaking. Come to the front of the ship and let us chat like real women,
Sorry,
yes?
you have gone to the front of the ship already. by that
Oh,
point.
okay. I thought she was saying in front. I was like,
No, she understands that. She's not.
oh,
that
okay. Lyanna, I am glad you got my letters. I am pleased to know that your sister is not a total backstabbing,
dumb. Letters.
Yes, I wrote 2.
I only got one letter.
Which one?
She recites the letter. It's obvious it's the more personal one.
It's fine. There was something important in the first one, but not as much as the second. I am sorry that I scared you. I am sorry that things have gone this way. But you cannot come with me to Dorne.
Why not?
Because you no longer have that right, child. Had you stayed with the marriage, maybe you could have, in time. You don't belong here anymore.
I can
Your
belong
father
wherever
is
I want
probably...
to.
You have no duty to your family.
Fuck
Do you
duty.
understand? No. Duty is so important. Your family is important. Child, your mother is dying.
You're important.
To you. I am important to you.
And I'm not important to you?
Of course you are.
Then what else
Where's-
matters?
You will love again. You know this, right?
You said in the letter you wish we could run away together.
I said, yes, I wish it. But wishes do not always come true.
But we can. We're here. We have a ship.
We are not running away. I promised your father that I would go home and that you would stay.
A wish can come true right now. I have a ship.
They will kill me. You understand this? When, not if, when they find me. They will lock you away and they will kill me. Wouldn't you rather know I am in Dorne, safe, than 10 feet in the ground?
Have a nice life. Lavina. I love you.
I love you too. I want you to get on that ship and hold your head high. I told you many nights ago, sometimes duty is more important than love. Child, this is one of those times.
Fuck love.
Now that is no way to be. It's
Don't
not
wanna
very
feel this way
ladylike to
again.
say. Did they give you Claudia?
She like pulls open part of her like.
Oh
robe
Lord,
over
you
her
brought the
dress.
snake on the ship. Oh,
I wasn't gonna leave her behind.
child. I love you so much. But our fates are not meant to be. I grab her by the hands and I squeeze really tight. You have to be strong. You're the oldest of your house. And your father, he's very angry with me.
I'm very angry with you, but I also love you.
So is the way of the world. Everybody blames Lavina. I'm going home, where I belong. What do you want me to say, Lyanna?
Nothing.
How did you... You came all this way because you did not want me to say something.
I wanted you to say we could live and grow old together. That we could sit in chairs and watch the sea. We could have
And I need
grey
you
hair
to go.
and drink Dornish wine.
And I need you to go home. Because if we leave right now together, they will kill us both. And you, well, at least me. And then we can never have that. I lean over and I kind of hug her really close and I simply whisper in her ear, I promise you, one day I will come for you. Today is not that day.
You already have. She like smirks, wipes a tear from her eye.
I wipe it for her.
Okay.
Yes, but in time, stick by your duty. And when the fates have aligned, I will come for you. But today is not that day.
Farewell, Lavina Sand.
There will. I love you. No.
You separate?
Yes, I kiss her hand.
She blushes.
Now I want you to board the ship. And will you do me a favor so that I can make it to Dorne without dying? Please tell your father I sent you home. And the letter never existed, yes?
Pulls out a letter from her dress. Just drops it
Toss it overboard.
She drops it overboard for you.
Oh, perfect, perfect. There is no such thing as this letter.
I'm not dumb. I know.
I know you're not dumb. Do you think I would love a dumb woman? Now, hold your head high and go be the woman you are meant to be. This is not the last you have seen of Lavina Scent.
Straightens up, nods, turns around and leaves. Gets in her boat, turns around, heads back.
I go drink myself into a stupor and pass out till we make it to Dorne.
Okay. Declan. Next day, Tommen comes to you. He's made a decision. Jorah is to spend 6 months in jail for misuse of a weapon.
Okay. I will take it myself.
Okay. 6 months will pass. A new maester will join the family. And then all hell will break loose because...
No, the mom has to die.
Yeah, didn't see that one coming.
She
I
gets brought
saw it
back.
coming.
How could she be brought back? There is no way on this God's green earth that her becoming healthy again helps the family. She comes healthy again and she's like, he's not my son. He's not my son. I don't know who that bitch is. Where's Hoster? Like, fucking no.
In which case, during the time skip, there might be some plotting from Caliph. But just over 6 months will pass. And Lord Tully falls his banners as the Lannister armies assemble at the edge of the Riverlands. And the mountain rides with bandits, deserters from the Lannister army, tearing up Tully lands.
And I've chosen to play a character that has 0 fighting skills.
We're in the club.
We can
Don't
talk
worry.
about it.
You'll have to heal us a lot.
I will be
By
there for
us, you
that.
mean Declan, the only one who can fight.
Oh no!
You underestimate a girl.
Fighter. At least for now. She ain't a fighter yet.
True enough.
So,
I'll call up Brendan Reimer and be like, bro, we need to bro up on this. Takes 2 men to climb this mountain.
like you both come into the same room and he's like, Declan, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's that scene, right? Yeah, right? Oh, Dick. That's
so-
perfect. Oh my god. I love it.
Why do you think with the Roll Bros emote?
It just works so well. Yeah, I didn't even piece that together. Oh, wonderful.
So, Warriors coming to the Riverlands. But that'll be a future episode. Thank you very much, everyone, for this amazing episode. There was a lot of reveals.
Yeah.
If Lavina left nothing behind, it's that the family has to start telling the truth to one another. She was not leaving unless all the secrets were on the table.
Oh, God.
You're gonna
Anyway,
that one. Baptist is like, damn it, Chelsea, just shut up.
There's half the shit that was put on the table, Caleb didn't even know. So he fucking got some good info as well.
Kyle.
2 favorite lines of the session. My first, I've got to lead with, "Did you think she was not this stupid?" that was perfect. And are you too into women?
Yes. It's clearly a family thing. Like everybody's gay.
Oh god, well, that was the one that Anthony was like, "Wait, what? Oh my god!"
Oh my
Slots
god!
together.
Like, are you also into it? Wait, what? Also?
Oh god.
Lord almighty.
Yep. Anyway, Tracy, who are you? What are you doing? We find you.
Hi, everybody. Mismatch Tech. You can find me everywhere. Mismatch Tech. That's about
Okay.
it for me.
Lavina, where can we find you?
Well, you can't in Dorn now. You can find her in Dorn. I'm Dot. You can find me online as Little Red Dot. Yeah, Twitch, Twitter, all the places here every Saturday. Stirring up some shit. It's fine.
Okay.
This is what I live for.
I'm all over the internet as Bub, the Bubbernaut. Find me on Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, pretty much everywhere. I do a lot of tabletop stuff. You guys can just look it up. That's me.
And Mathis.
I'm at this Games Everywhere. I'm going to be doing Chilluminati podcast shortly after this. So if you want to see me, you can find that podcast. Paranormal nonsense. Good stuff.
Cool.
And E.
Oh, thank you for asking. I'm Elizabeth. You can find me tomorrow here on Mass at the same time, and also at the same time on Tuesday on my channel doing Rogue Trader, which has gone interestingly. So if you want 40k rogue trading nuts, that's yeah. Anyway, we're gonna go do an after show, but thank you much for everyone watching. We did get a tip. I will go check it out now. I'm also boiling to death.
Right?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy hot right here.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know how you do it, dude.
I just try to hold my breath and not move.
Just wait. My next cosplay has like 6 layers.
Huh.
And a beard.
Oh, man.
And a bald cap.
I hope you look like Deckard Cain.
I posted a picture in our private chat. The rest of you have to wait till next week. I hope you guys like Fu Manchus.
Caldy, $10. Farewell, Lavina. Such a hectic end to her time in the Riverlands definitely made a lasting impression. Yeah, she did.
I impressed something.
Yep. Right. Thank you, everyone. And Mass tomorrow at the same time, and more Game of Thrones next week. May the dice
Bye,
roll in your
guys.
favor.